pick that they plan to release him next Wednesday when the new league year begins. That is barring a trade, according to Adam Schefter. Murray's already guaranteed $36.8 million for 2026. He would have been guaranteed another $19.5 million for 2027 if he is still on the roster on the 5th day of the 2026 league year, which would be March 16th. Meanwhile, Bears center Drew Dahlman has informed the Bears that he is retiring from the NFL at the age of 27, ending his pro career after 5 seasons. The 2021 fourth-round pick spent his first 4 years with the Atlanta Falcons, where he started 40 games. He was Chicago's marquee free agent signing during the 2025 offseason when he signed a 3-year, $42 million deal with Chicago.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Big show coming your way. We've got much to discuss in the way of salary cap and everything going on in the offseason in the NFL. Michael Ginnitti, the founder of Spotrac, will join us at 2:30. We've got our weekly conversations with Jon Morosi coming up at 4 p.m. El Hombre, Michael Bradley at 5 p.m. You got the text line there for you at 866-979-3776. If you want to weigh in on the Mariners, the Seahawks, whatever's on your mind. You got the Team USA in an exhibition game with the San Francisco Giants happening right now in Scottsdale. It's beautiful out there, and Giants are getting their tails handed to them 8-1 in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, I saw Cal. I lost track as I was watching him. I think he was 0 for 2, but he started off 2-0, and then he ended up getting on base, and then Roman Anthony hit just a bomb. Looked like it went out of the entire stadium. And so Cal scored. So there's your update for the little tune-up game.
For the Cal watchers out there.
That's right.
That's right. So, yeah, that's it. And that brings us to Team USA, which, again, getting ready for the WBC. We talked about this just briefly. We were talking about how, obviously you don't want any of the players. The Mariners have the second most players in their organization participating in the WBC.
So a lot of them are minor league guys, right?
So some are. But you got your stars, obviously, Cal, Julio, right, Naylor, Spire. You got a fair number of your big league guys you're counting on that are huge components to your team. Yeah. Randy Arozarena, all playing in this for their various countries. And we were talking yesterday just about you don't want them to get hurt. And I think you said something like, hopefully they get back quick. If they lose, they get back quick. And we had a couple of people texting in like, I can't believe you're rooting against the USA. You're rooting against Team USA. And I don't really look at it that way. I'm rooting for a quick return. For the Mariners season is the priority. To me, that's the easiest. Pick this one or that one. Would you rather have Team USA go through and win the whole thing, and maybe these guys get hurt, maybe they get fatigued, maybe something happens along the way, or would you rather have the Mariners find their way to the World Series? It's should be an easy answer for anybody, I would think.
Yeah.
So if that means Team USA loses and Cal gets back and Spire gets back and they're healthy and they're ready to go for spring training, and same for Julio and everybody playing for their various countries, I want them back as soon as possible. And I want them no dents or scratches. I want him coming back fully healthy. So my priority as a fan, this is easy. I'm rooting for the Mariners over Team USA. Sorry. Sorry. I'm not nearly as invested in an exhibition tournament as I am in the Mariners season and them getting somewhere where they've never been, and the only team in baseball that's never been, and that's a World Series. Yeah. That's the priority. That's Brian Wu. That's Matt Brash saying, nah, my priority is my team, and I need to be healthy for my team.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of in the back of everyone's mind. I've never been somebody who thinks that it's hokey to be patriotic. I mean, I don't think somebody is, some kind of a moron, and if he's a patriot, it's fine. I mean, you're definitely rooting for the USA. I think though it comes down to more of like and we can be that way selfishly, but like for Cal, it sounds like he's been, wanting to do this. It was kind of like it brought to mind when he was doing the home run derby, because that was another situation where he could have possibly gotten hurt for something extra. But remember the tapes of him in his front yard when he was like 9 years old or something, saying how I'm going to be the home run derby champion. It kind of sounds like, and I don't know how old or how long he's been, thinking about the WBC, but it sounds like he's into it, and that he's. I don't fear that he's going to get hurt or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, if you put it that way, I'm definitely I'm for the Mariners. There's no question about that.
That's the priority.
Yeah,
that's the priority, and I'm not saying it's not their priority. And like we talked about yesterday, I want everybody that's in a Mariner uniform to play really well for the respective countries. Julio and you got obviously you've got a Rosarena playing for Team Mexico, and you've got Andres Munoz playing for Team Mexico. You got Naylor with Canada. I mean, they're all representing different countries. Yeah. And I hope they all crush it individually. I just want them back soon. Mm-hmm. And like I said, no scratches or dents. I want them coming back 100%. And hopefully it's a catalyst, especially in the case of Julio, as we've talked about. Maybe it's something that gets that engine going quicker, hits the ground running, so to speak. But, yeah, it was just interesting to see the response on the text line. You guys can weigh in, 866-979-3776. We were being referred to as being unpatriotic because we were putting the Mariners above Team USA. I'm like, you're out of your mind. There's nothing unpatriotic about it. This is Mariners are number one. That's it. The end.
Well, I mean, there's two scenarios, right? One is that they get eliminated right away and everybody comes back healthy. And then there's, they win the whole thing and everybody comes back healthy. So, I mean,
that's the optimal
could happen
thing.
It could happen, play out either way. But, yeah, I mean, I think, I wonder how Dan feels about it and how Jerry, I mean, those guys have to support those guys.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
And I'm guessing they're crossing their fingers.
Yeah.
They're just like, please, just get through this.
Well, I know. And I know how Schneider is like during the preseason. He just always is very antsy, about nobody getting hurt and just, worrying about that kind of thing. And Sean McVay has taken it to a different level where he doesn't have any of his starters pretty much during the preseason because they're games that don't count. So, and that's the biggest regret, I think, when you look back, the injury thing. We've talked about that and how devastating it can be to teams. So, yeah, I mean, you just kind of want to go into this game. I remember hearing about, it's the year for the WBC coming up and kind of thinking about it going, yeah, I think that there's going to be a lot of guys like Justin and Jerry that are wringing their hands.
Oh, yeah.
Just going and saying, hey, we're all for you, go and play for your home country and everything. But, yeah, like you said, no scratches or dents.
Yeah, it was literally like a couple of texts, people saying that. That was not the majority by any stretch. But I was like, really? That's unpatriotic to want your players to come back healthy. And if that means USA gets bounced, then so be it. That doesn't change my day the way it does if the Mariners lose. I'm invested in the Mariners in a way that Team USA, this is not an everyday thing. This is an exhibition. This is fun, and I like it, and I'll watch it. I love baseball, and I'll be rooting for them. But if they lose, okay. The priority in my heart and my passion is the Mariners. It'd be like saying, for those people that were taking it that way, that somehow – Brian Wu is unpatriotic because he chose to say, no, I'm going to, my job and my priority is my team, the Mariners.
Yeah. No, you got to love, I think people are going to love Wu for that. So, yeah, and that's
Same
fine.
with Matt Brash.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Brash, though, I mean, I don't know. He just seems so fragile that would have been kind of a no-brainer. But I'll tell you what, I did not know that they were going to have a tune-up game against San Francisco. Yeah. I think this is the only one, right?
Yeah, because they start play on when do they start play? Is it tomorrow? Friday.
Yeah.
Friday. But
Friday.
This starts tomorrow.
Yeah,
Tournament.
the whole tournament starts tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, and apparently they don't appear to need a tune-up because they're just throttling the Giants, who may be bad. I don't know, but it's 12-1 right now.
Yeah.
Cal Raleigh was on MLB Network, and he was talking about playing for Team USA and doing whatever it takes to help the team win.
No, I mean, I'll do whatever he says. So.
What about lineup?
I don't care. whatever it takes to win.
So if Aaron Judge is hitting behind you or you're hitting behind Aaron Judge, you don't really mind?
I don't care. I'm just glad to be here. So glad to be here, and I want to win. So whatever it takes.
Doesn't care. Hit me wherever you want. I'll play wherever you want. And he talked about Mark DeRosa, who's the manager of Team USA, and talked about what he said in his first speech to the team.
Yeah, it was great. I think, I don't think it takes much to get these guys ready to play for Team USA in this kind of event. I mean, he could have said anything. I think guys have been ready. So, but he was great. He had a great speech and was very direct to the point, and we're ready to go.
All right. Didn't really say what he said. But
you don't like Mark DeRosa? What's wrong, Cal?
Could have said anything. Wouldn't have mattered.
I thought that was hilarious. He goes, no, I mean, he's great. He's great and everything, but he could have said anything. Yeah, we know what you mean, Cal. But, I mean, I didn't. Yeah, DeRosa's guy comes on our show once a year, and, he's big time, man.
Boyd in Fall City said the real Mariner fans remember Drew Smiley getting hurt at the WBC.
Yeah.
Caution is warranted. Yeah, it is a cautionary tale. Didn't pitch for the Mariners, got hurt. The WBC was a big acquisition for them, and that was that. So, yeah, I don't know. On the heels of Bryce Miller dealing with his oblique thing, it's just anything could happen in spring training. These guys are going to get ready. They have to play to get ready. So I understand that, but I think there's certainly a different level of intensity in this versus, hey, we got a game against the Padres coming up, and I'm going to play 2 innings. I'm going to get up there and have 3 at bats. Whatever. It's a different vibe, to say the very least. But yeah, you could get hurt during spring, so you're not immune from injury just because you're not playing in the WBC. But I feel, are exposing yourself to little more risk than you otherwise would by playing in it.
Yeah, and I think I had a text exchange with somebody. I thought it was Joe in Bellevue, but we were kind of talking about it, and basically, the one thing I offered up is that you can't play scared. Really, I mean, you can't play always worrying. You can't always worry about injuries, and I think that's something for the fans, and that's something for, like I said, Jerry and Justin and John Schneider, that you do really worry about that kind of stuff. But you can't really show that, and it sounds like these guys are pretty fired up, and watch it, it's now 12-1. The USA over San Francisco. I don't know if the Giants are playing all their starters, but yeah, I mean, it's just something I think that it goes along with the some of the risk. But if you're a guy like Cal that has been wanting to do this probably since he was a little kid, then go let it rip.
Yeah, I'm happy for those guys. Again, you guys can text in 866-979-3776. Joe in Bellevue says just as big of a chance getting hurt in spring training as there is in the WBC. I don't know.
What do you think about that one?
I disagree. You can, as I just said. Yeah, you obviously can get hurt in spring training. You're not immune from. You're not. It's not a bubble around you, but the intensity with which you're playing, and probably the amount of time you're playing, is going to be different in a spring training game where it's much more laid back, and guys might be in there for a couple of innings, get a couple of ABs, call it a day. There's not that intensity that the WBC. They're playing for their country, and there's a different level of intensity that's not comparable to a spring training game. So with that, you're going to play harder. You're going to try to run faster. You're going to try to maybe, just that extra adrenaline is going to be in place. I would say you're probably in a position to suffer an injury at the WBC that's probably a little higher than it is in a spring training game.
I would agree with that. Yeah, definitely. Because, I mean, how many spring training games are there? And and what do they mean? They mean zip. So, I don't know, if you're a center fielder and you're like, hey, man, I can get this thing and this will help us win this game, you don't really care about spring training. So I don't want to see somebody like Robles go flying into a wall and hurt himself. You don't want to see that kind of thing. So I think there's definitely more motivation, that kind of goes without saying, in the WBC games than in spring training.
RJ in Maple Valley. I don't care about the World Baseball Series at all. I would like for it to disappear. I care about our season only. All right, he's the extreme other way. I like the WBC. I mean, I love baseball. I just love the sport. I'm going to watch as much of it as I can soak up, and I will root for Team USA without question. But if they get bounced early, it's not going to break my heart. I'm not going to be, oh, no. I'm going to be like, good. Okay. Cal's safe. Spire's safe. Everybody's healthy. Just as teams get bounced, I mean, obviously only one team's going to win this thing. So if it's not Julio's team, if it's not Randy's team, if it's not Naylor's team, I'm okay with that. I'm at peace with that. It doesn't impact my day the way a Mariners loss does.
Yeah.
So to me, it's a very, very easy decision if I had to pick between the two. And some people texting in saying, well, why can't they win the WBC and win the World Series? Well,
they can.
They can. It's possible. It's possible. I want the best chance to win the World Series. Last year was so much fun. I've never had that much fun covering a team. I had so much fun with the Mariners season, was invested in every moment of it. It was great. I want that again.
Yeah.
I don't want anything to get in the way. I don't want a Drew Smiley incident.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. And this is fresh off the weekend where, we're wringing our hands over the Bryce Miller oblique. And we talked about that all day yesterday about how, how bad the injuries can be and how it'll just entirely derail your season. Although they had very bad luck, as you pointed out yesterday, in the rotation, and made it as far as they've ever made it. So, yeah. But I mean, it's just I think especially on the heels of that Bryce Miller injury, now all of a sudden it's sort of heightened that, like, okay, man, I'll enjoy watching the WBC, but if I see somebody get hurt, I'm gonna be pissed.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, damn it.
Yeah.
206 said, I got hurt getting out of bed this morning. All right. I hope you're okay. I don't know what that injury is, but I hope you're doing okay, 206.
I'd like some clarification on that.
Yeah. Did you fall? Did you run into a wall? Did you?
Yeah.
What happened there? I ran into that wall in San Francisco. I still have marks on my arm.
When was that?
We were there for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got up, went to the bathroom, and I didn't. All the lights were out, and I walked out of the bathroom door, and there's like a part of the wall that juts out, like a column or something. I don't know what it is, but ran right into it.
Wow.
Yeah.
If you'd have said somebody ran into something,
it would have been
on this show.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, Dave? You keep it up today, you're going to get a gold star. So don't drop anything. Don't break anything.
Bringing back the gold star.
Getting a gold star.
All right. Yeah. I'm curious how you hurt yourself getting out of bed.
Yeah.
Got up too fast, maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. That's. I hope that person's okay. Again, you guys can text in 866-979-3776. Meanwhile, we played some clips yesterday of Logan Gilbert talking about have you talked to the team about a contract extension? And he was very just, not much going on, and I'd love to be here. And we played the cut from Justin Hollander, who was like, we love Logan. And when he's ready to talk, he knows how we feel about him. Like, made it sound like they're just kind of waiting on Logan and his camp. Logan sounded like he was like, well, I haven't heard anything. I don't know. Going about his business. But I'd love to see them get that going. Lock him up, because I think if he goes out there and has a great season, like in any situation, we'll talk about it as it pertains to the Seahawks, price tag goes up. Mm-hmm. Price tag goes up. But looking at the four young guys that we looked at these guys and said, they're not signing all four. They're just financially not going to be in a position to re-sign all four of these guys. Realistically, you're hoping for two.
Yeah.
Which two has it changed at all based on injury? I mean, everybody was injured last year except for Castillo. So did that change anybody's opinion? You can text on that, 866-979-3776. Which two would you today say they should go after? Like, hey, lock these two guys up, even though I know they got arbitration years coming and they don't technically have to do it right now. But who would be the two that and is it different than it would have been if I asked you this last year at this time?
Yeah, I think I might have said the same thing. I guess, to me, it's Logan and Brian Wu. So, and I think most people probably feel that way. And, a lot of it is just because of, if Bryce Miller hadn't gotten this oblique thing, and this may be nothing, by the way, this may be over in a week or whatever. So, but, it kind of brought back all of those memories. And so that's kind of, if I'm not picking him, it's because of that.
Yeah.
It's because of, and just how confusing that was last year and all the different things. And then kind of, we thought maybe it was like a mental thing for him. And then, the other one is, I guess, Kirby. I don't know. I know when we talked to Ryan Rowland-Smith that he said Kirby would yield the most. Getting in a trade, he would yield the most, like
the most return
players and picks and whatever.
He's got electric stuff. He's got great potential
and way more outings than walks. That's the other thing.
Tremendous
that's
command.
Crazy about him.
He feels like the one that's most likely. If you were to ask the four, like, which one do you think wants to play somewhere else? I just get that vibe from him. Doesn't mean it's true by any stretch. He may want to stay here for the rest of his career, but if I had to pick one of those four, thinking, this would be the guy that'd be most likely to want to be somewhere else, it'd be George.
Yeah. 112 starts for George, 93 walks in his career in 4 years. But I mean, he has always kind of had that vibe, right? Like
a little bit.
That maybe,
but maybe that's just his demeanor. It doesn't mean anything, but I don't know. He's a New York guy. I just kind of get the vibe. Maybe he'd want to play on the East Coast. I could be 100% wrong on that.
Yeah.
But that's just, reading him from kind of interacting with him a bit. Never talked to him about it. But, I just think if you're picking two of the four, maybe at one point it would have been Kirby because of his command being so good and his stuff is filthy. But, I mean, Wu having the year that he had last year and certainly Logan just feels like he's ingrained himself as a Mariner. He's that guy.
Yeah.
So, I think for most people it'd probably be Logan and Wu as well.
Well, and I'm sure that Wu gained some favor with Mariner fans, the hardcore Mariner fans that are worried about him. And he's like, hey, man, I would love to, represent my country, but this is my team.
Yeah. Yeah, love that. All right, let's take two.
Well, something the Mariners have been monitoring. J.P. Crawford made his first appearance of spring training earlier today, a game you can hear later tonight on Seattle Sports. Played 4 innings as the DH, went 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored.
Yeah, it's good news. I mean, they're going to baby step him. He's not playing in the field right now. He's just getting his turns up at the plate, and we'll see how long until he starts throwing, how much, if at all, he's impacted by this shoulder soreness, whatever's going on. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't seen anything very specific other than sort of, monitoring a shoulder.
I'm trying to remember, was this something that was lingering from last year or just
not that I recall?
Yeah, I don't remember him being at the end of the year hurt. Anyway, hopefully, and he could be a surprise this year. I mean, we haven't talked a lot about him. With all that we've talked about, all the changes and some of the young guys and things like that, but
could be his final year with this team.
Yeah.
Well, Daniel Jones became the first quarterback to ever have the transition tag placed on him. The Colts did so earlier today. So it'll be a 1-year deal worth $37.83 million, slightly less than a franchise tag. If he isn't signed elsewhere, the Colts would not have. If he is signed elsewhere, the Colts would not have that draft pick compensation, and then they would just pay him the $37.83 million if no one else wants him.
But if he does sign elsewhere, they don't match. They get 2 first-round picks.
No, they do not. This is what the transition tag is. You don't get draft pick compensation. The franchise tag you would. So that's
the
why
transition tag you get a chance to match, right?
To match, you get the right of first refusal there.
But you don't get the picks.
That's why no one really uses it. It's only I think they said there's only been 4 players that have ended up playing a season under the transition tag.
Was Kirk Cousins one of them?
No.
Safety Kyle Duggar in 2024 being the most recent, being given the transition tag. Kenyon Drake, running back in 2020, was the last to actually play under the transit. Didn't work out a new deal, played the whole season under that. Mm-hmm. So, there you go. All right. See what happens with them. They'll get a deal done. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. What could the price range for a Ken Walker contract look like? We'll ask Michael Ginnitti of Spotrac about that and much more. He's going to join us next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Having one of those days where a little of this would make things so much better?
Fastball, strike 3 called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side.
We got you. You can stream every Mariners spring training game live for free on the Seattle Sports app. Making lives better through Mariners baseball, one
goodbye baseball
at a time. Home of your American League West champion Mariners.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, and honesty and integrity is what sets our sponsor, Dr. Mark Wagner at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Apart from other doctors, I've been working with Dr. Wagner for a couple of years now, Bob. He was really straight with me. He told me, man, I cannot help you with your right knee. You need a replacement. Not all doctors will give it to you straight like that. And after hearing me talk about it and about Dr. Wagner, you decided to go see him for yourself about your hip.
Yeah, I'd gotten tired of dealing with it, to be honest. I'd been dealing with it for a couple of years. I had a torn labrum, a frayed tendon. I was developing arthritis, getting steroid shots, the whole thing, and thought I was at the end of the road, going to be sitting there under the knife. And then I remembered all the testimonials and you talking about him. So I went to see him. He took a look at all the imaging and said, I can help you. I can help you. It's not a cure for all of you. You got a lot happening, but this will go a long way in relieving the pain. And he undersold it because it went more than a long way.
Yeah, he definitely underpromises and over-delivers. So whether it's a shoulder, a hip like Bob had, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't, and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination, and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That same Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken? It's flawless. Yeah, we did that to crispy Alaskan flounder and butterfly shrimp, too. We just couldn't help ourselves. But we didn't stop there. You can add lemon pepper or garlic Parmesan rub to that shrimp. Now, we only do seafood every so often, so you know what to expect.
Popeye's can't miss.
That's right. The seafood menu is back.
This is real fish.
At participating restaurants.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Get broadcast times for every Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League broadcast.
Holy smokes, he does it again!
At SeattleSports.com.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
The madness tips off next week, and with it comes your chance to win the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We're getting into finances, Dave. We're getting into salary caps, which is out of our element.
We can only speculate, but this guy.
We got to bring in people who know what they're talking about. I mean, you got to defer to those that know it. And that's this guy who's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He's the founder and managing editor of Spotrac. Mike Ginnitti is with us. Mike, how are you, man?
I'm doing well. Appreciate it.
Always good to talk to you. Hey, I got to ask you, I heard somebody else, you were doing an interview, and they kept calling it Spotrac. Have we been saying it wrong the whole time? Is it Spotrac or Spotrac?
That's the Spotrac is the preferred, but after 20 years and a terrible choice in names, we're just going with the flow. So whatever you need to call it.
But it is when you started it, Spotrac is what you're going with.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. The spot for sports contracts. It actually has a reason. Yeah.
Spot for sports contracts. Gotcha. All right. I would imagine this is an incredibly busy time of year where you're trying to figure out salary caps and what teams have to work with, giving a rough estimate. We're out here looking at free agents for this team, trying to figure out what they may command on the open market. Looking at a guy like Ken Walker and his, I don't know, the demand for him on the open market and what the Seahawks may be willing to offer him. We're not sure, but what do you think when you look at him in terms of a contract that you think is reasonable for what he's accomplished?
Yeah, this running back position is kind of a cat and mouse, right? If some years they kind of see it rise with the tides, and I think we'll see some of that with Jamar Gibbs and Bijan Robinson's extensions this year. But generally speaking, these players that hit free agency, it's not a blow you away type situation, which is probably good news for Seattle in terms of thinking about retaining them. And we'll see what that number looks like. Most of these market valuations are coming in at or around what Javonte Williams just signed in Dallas, which is around that $8 million, $9 million, maybe even $10 million max. And that I think becomes amplified with Breece Hall now off this open market and on a franchise tag. So that's sort of the going rate. Any higher than that, and you're talking James Cook, you're talking Kyron Williams last year, and I think those are a step above, a tier above where Kenneth Walker has been from a statistical standpoint.
Well, Mike, I know you can only go off the numbers and the demand and obviously the market and everything, but does it kind of, I mean, you're Ken Walker and you have, you're a Super Bowl MVP and you run for 300 yards in the playoffs. Why do running backs get screwed? It just doesn't seem like a lot of money to me for a guy that can make that much of a difference.
It's not, right? When you put a percentage based, it's one of the lower percents in terms of average salary in the league. It's down there with safeties and tight ends and, slightly still above the kickers, but we'll see where that goes with some of these Brandon Aubrey numbers we're hearing. You need 3 or 4 of them at any time. You need 5 in the room. The injury history hasn't been great. There's been a lot of reasons to deflate this thing. None of them really worthy of where it currently stands. And like I said, I think we'll see the number healthily get above 20 million with a couple new extensions this year. But like I said, most of the average open market players are still hanging around that 10 million from a max standpoint, and I do think that's where Walker will land.
Hey, just taking a look at some of the other free agents for this team, and again, not knowing what the Seahawks level of interest is in bringing them back or not. What about a guy like Riq Woolen? He's a guy who in his rookie year just showed a ton of promise, and he's certainly been good since then, but it's been very uneven, I would say. So just looking at the way his career has gone, what do you think he commands on the open market?
Yeah, I think that inconsistency probably brings him onto a one-year contract where he has to go out and prove it, and maybe that's what he's looking for as well, to sort of reset his value a little bit, because as we've seen, unless it's kind of a slam dunk, even with that position, which is a power position in free agency, we have seen that price drop down quite a bit as well. So, he's about around this 10 mark as well, the same number we're talking for Walker. I'm going to put him a little bit higher, though, on the likely standards, right, about 12 to 13 a year. I think what Jamel Dean was able to secure out in Tampa Bay kind of felt like a similar situation. He was on about a 4 for $50 extension. I think that's about right for what Welling can be on a new team. I don't think Seattle's looking to retain him at that price, especially with the Witherspoon extension probably happening in a couple weeks here.
Hey, Mike, anything stand out that the Seahawks do as far as the salary cap that is unique or different or special or anything as far as how they manage their cap?
It's evolved. 10 years ago, I think they were one of the forefronts in terms of the not handling the restructures in the same way that some of these other teams have happened. Everybody's sort of playing that game right now to the highest degree because the league has been bailing them out with big salary cap increases and things like that. But I will say it this way. I don't think Seattle's taken many risks when it comes to big-time extensions and certainly in free agency. I think they've been extremely useful with the trade, maybe early on, versus what some of these teams have figured out now, which is we can go get 80% of your player's contract and have you pay the signing bonus for us. I do think that's something Seattle's been doing quite heavily, even late in summers. But from a structural standpoint, it's pretty vanilla. We're not going to give you multi-year guarantees. Even our quarterback, Sam Darnold, has year-to-year guarantees built in his contract right now, as you probably know. They've been pretty rigid with that. And when you have that kind of situation, you don't have to get yourself into too much trouble, and you're not sitting here looking at $100 million dead cap hits like some quarterback situations we're seeing in the league.
It seems like the quarterback situation, just looking at the draft coming up, looking at the free agents that are currently out there and some of the guys that will be available, like Kyler Murray, like presumably Geno Smith potentially, it's not great. If you're a quarterback-needy team, it's not great. So I'm looking at the Seahawks, and as you just pointed out, they've got a year-to-year deal essentially with Sam Darnold at by quarterback standards, a pretty reasonable rate for a guy who just won a Super Bowl. Would it be in their best interest to work on an extension for him now and do it versus him having another solid year and that price tag goes up even more on him? How would you approach that?
It's a tough call, right? You're in the middle of this contract. There's 2 years left. I don't think Seattle likes to do too much work on contracts with 2 years left, generally speaking, but this is obviously a unique scenario. The 27.5 that he's owed right now is well below average. It's going to be 18th, 19th in the league when it's all said and done from a cash perspective, which probably isn't great from an optics and certainly from an internal standpoint. I think maybe the happy medium, the compromising factor here would be take his incentives, which are about $4.5 million, and just fully guarantee him. Just bring him right into the contract, make him likely. If you've got to push some of that down the line from a cap perspective, so be it. But just sweeten the pot a little bit with the incentives that he should earn if things go well again in 2026 anyway. And then in 2027, we'll be sitting here this time next year talking about hopefully a massive blockbuster extension for an almost 30-year-old Sam Darnold.
Hey, Mike, how would you sort of rank how the Seahawks are with their the cap space and everything? Or, going into this offseason, I mean, lots of moves need to be made. But as far as, where they rank and their value as far as what they're able to do with the salary cap, where do they rank?
Yeah, right now we've got them sixth. A little over $60 million of top 51 space. That's extremely healthy, as you might imagine. There's a lot of teams looking around saying, why does a Super Bowl winning team sitting top 10 in cap space? Yeah. But you're right. It's a little bit of a jaded number because there are so many moves that are going to be made here, extensions, some retained free agents, and obviously we'll see what happens with the open market itself. With that said, I do think the core is in place. There's some really nice situations of value with rookie contracts still. But I think at the end of the day, really healthy, but not to a degree where they have to go out there and be aggressive and sort of replace some things.
Hey, Mike, quickly, I know you obviously do things outside of the NFL on Spot Track. You've got it for the NBA, MLB, NHL, everything up there. Just a quick thought on Major League Baseball, who looks like they're headed toward a potential lockout. Salary cap will be on the table again from the owners. Do you see that happening? And B, I'm just a quick thought from you as we approach the break on how the Dodgers have handled this. This seems to be the impetus for a lot of the discord out there, but them deferring the amount of money that they are into the future. Do you look at that as smart business, or this is going to bite them in the butt eventually?
I'm not a proponent for the salary cap. I don't think it will do what everybody thinks it will do, at least immediately. It'll take some time to get there. I'm somewhat of a fan of a floor to a certain degree, maybe a multi-year spending floor, so that some of those smaller teams at least have to put an effort in and not, outright tank for 4 or 5 seasons like we've seen in the past. The deferred situation does have to get changed because I do think it's gotten to a degree where you're circumventing the luxury tax system by doing it. So the simple change I would make is you can go ahead and defer cash, but you're taking whatever the initial luxury tax payment would be as the tax hit for your team in every single year up front. So Ohtani would be a $70 million tax hit for the Dodgers right now, not a 46.
Mike Ginnitti, founder and managing editor of Spotrac, has been our guest here with Wyman and Bob. Always great stuff, Mike. We appreciate you taking time with us and look forward to talking again.
My pleasure. Thanks, guys.
There you go. Great resource if you guys are interested in looking at payrolls for teams and each player's contract situation and how much cap space is there as far as the NFL goes. Really good stuff if you go to Spotrac.com. That's SPOTRAC. Meanwhile, plenty of news around the NFL to catch up on today, including one big story that could affect the Seahawks. We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk at Mariners spring training.
With Julio Rodriguez, who sits down with us right now. How long did that loss, that linger for a day, a week, a month?
So once you get a taste of like that, what an actual playoff is, and you experience it as a team, I feel like you just get addicted to it. That gets addicting, at least for me, and like being able to be so close to something so special as a group, I think it really made this team hungry.
Catch every one of Brock and Salk's interviews from Mariners spring training on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
High five! Up top!
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping. Woo!
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up. shop, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text BOUNCE to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text BOUNCE to 215-215. That's BOUNCE to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
Don't miss the All Sound Plumbing Mariners Cactus League report. Tuesday nights at 6. Going inside Mariners camp on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
At Bible Law Group, our team reflects the same lessons learned by our founder, James Bible, while playing for legendary Husky coach Don James. Coach James always said it's amazing what gets done when nobody claims credit. That's the philosophy we carry into every case, because your victory is what matters at Bible Law Group. When your legal problems hit biblical levels and you feel like you're stuck in a lion's den of litigation, you need a legal team that won't back down. At Bible Law, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their best deals. Mazda of Everett is the West Coast's largest Mazda dealer for a reason. They sell more new Mazdas than any other dealer on the West Coast. So come check out the Mazda More to Move You sales event now. Shop over 300 new Mazda CX-5s with 0.9 financing for 60 months, available on approved credit. Located on Highway 99 in Everett, or shop MazdaofEverett.com. Based on Mazda USA's retail sales reports 2025.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks once again to Mike Ginnitti of Spa Track, who joined us in the previous segment. If you guys missed that conversation, talking salary cap and what the Seahawks may be looking to do when they're dealing with their finances and free agents, check that out on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, taking a look around the NFL, things happening out there. The Cardinals all but made it official. They'll make it official next week that they are going to release Kyler Murray if they can't work out a trade, which I would assume they would not be able to with the amount of money he's got coming to him. But it's been the worst kept secret out there. I don't think we've been hearing it from analysts all year that they expected he's not going to be back next year. And it turns out he will not be back, even though he'll leave with a nice little payday. He's already guaranteed $36.8 million for the upcoming season. And had they not made this move, he would have been guaranteed another $19.5 million for 2027 if he was still on the roster on the 5th day of the 2026 league year, which is March 16th.
Wow.
So
that is a lot of money for a not very good quarterback. And it just brings home that, like, the Seahawks have always done a pretty damn good job with that. You look at some of these franchises that just can't get it right. And I heard somebody talking about, he's definitely going to end up in New York with the Jets.
Jeez.
That's definitely where Kyler Murray's going.
Maybe, probably, I guess, right?
Well, I mean,
geez.
that's a move the Jets would make, right? Bring him in.
Well, and
get him turned around.
Have they ever turned anybody around?
I don't think so. Yeah, so but that, and they're in this division. I mean, it's so competitive. I mean, if you're the Cardinals right now, I mean, honestly, I thought at the end of the year the three best teams in the NFL were the Seahawks, Rams, and Niners, because the Niners are pretty decimated with injuries. So if you get them back fully healthy, how are they going to compete in this division? They went 0-for in the NFC West this year.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't, and we just talked about the market out there. If you're a quarterback needy team, you're in a bad spot. Mm-hmm. You're in a bad spot as it pertains to free agents that are available, maybe guys that are going to become available that are like Geno. He's not a free agent, but the assumption is he will not be there. We'll find out, because it seems like Raiders would want a veteran there in front of Mendoza if that's who they in fact draft. They're not going to just throw him in the deep end right out of the gate. So maybe they work something out with Geno to keep him around for another year, or restructure. I don't know. But it just, Malik Willis, Jimmy Garoppolo, Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
It's just, you're in a bad spot. Are they going to go with Jacoby Brissett? Is that going to be their starter, and he's going to carry him to the promised land?
Well, he was better than Kyler, but I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking, and it's a bad position to be in. I don't know if you're going into this season with the Cardinals, you're hoping that your owner is going to be patient. This is going to take a couple of years. So, but and maybe they're hopeful that they can have one of these resurgent quarterbacks come about, like Sam Darnold, I guess. But yeah, I mean it's tough sledding for the Cardinals right now. They're in a bad spot.
It's a shame. Taking a look at the Bears, their 27-year-old center.
I don't get this.
Calling it a career at 26. Is he going to be another? I feel like we see this every year. Somebody who you look at their age and their experience, going, they're done, and then I feel like inevitably we hear about them a season later.
Yeah,
they're coming back. They're working out for teams. They want to come back.
Guess where he went to college?
Stanford?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's 27 years old. He just turned 27 during the season.
He's a Pro Bowler.
And he went to the Pro Bowl. So I don't get that. Maybe that there's some things. He was a 4th-round draft choice in Atlanta. So I don't know that he's made a ton of coin, but man,
we just signed
forward.
He just signed a deal with the Bears. I don't know how much was guaranteed in that, but it was like a 3-year, $42 million deal, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, maybe he's one of those. Who was our guy? Connor Williams? Was that the name of the center that we had?
Yeah,
here?
Yeah.
Just like mid-season, just decided, wasn't good, psychologically and mentally, and that, there's some of that. I remember I came back in 1991. It was my 4th year. No, it was my 5th year. And I just didn't feel comfortable in my uniform, and just felt like I couldn't breathe, and I just didn't really like it. And then I just it kind of got in my head a little bit. And, I think I went out and hit somebody and forgot about it.
Yeah.
And
it all came back to you.
It all came back. Yeah. But no, I don't get that. I mean, maybe it's a mental health thing. It could be. And I don't know if that's the case for Dahlman. I'm sure that it was with Connor Williams. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess you look at it and maybe he thinks, hey, I've got enough money, or maybe the pain part of it, he just can't stand it. I don't know, man. But yeah, I always say it's a waste, but like every individual is different and obviously has something different going on in their brain. So, yeah, I mean, I try to be sympathetic, but usually I just go, you're a dummy.
Yeah, at 27, man. And yeah, he just signed in 2025 offseason, signed a 3-year, $42 million deal with the Bears. So he's still got money on the table. Again, it doesn't say how much of that was guaranteed that he may have received up front, but and they're talking about, some of his bonus, depending on how much of Dahlman's signing bonus the Bears regain, his retirement could save $10 million or more against the cap. So he's going to owe them some money with this retirement. And we've seen it like Darren Waller, the tight end.
Yeah.
He was another guy who was, 6th-round pick, but turned into, a stud out there, a couple of back-to-back 1,000-yard years as a tight end with the Raiders. And he called it quits in 2024, didn't play, and then said, just kidding. I'm coming back. Played for the Dolphins last year.
Who was what about, was it Frank Regnow? Now, he had been in the league for a really long time, but didn't he?
Yeah, and then he was coming back.
I thought, didn't he get cut, Mike? I want to say.
No, he got hurt again, right?
Oh,
he came back this past year with the Lions, and he wasn't healthy enough. Remember, he either failed the physical or he got hurt when he was trying to play this year for them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so I mean, I don't know. Everything's going good for you, man. You're 27 years old. You're a Pro Bowler. You got a good quarterback behind you. You got a pretty good coach there. I think he's kind of a clown a little bit, but yeah,
just signed a $42 million contract.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and again, on top of it, he's going to potentially owe the team money.
Mm-hmm.
So. Yeah, interesting, because I was reading the article. It didn't say anything about injuries or anything like that, so I'm not really sure what the impetus was for this.
I wonder how that works. Like, do you write him a check? Do you send it to him in the mail? Do you wire it? I mean, I just remember
he's out there with his checkbook. All right, what's the damage now? All right, here you go.
The Broncos paid me a good contract, a fair amount, but a lot of it was deferred. And so like I got money every year on my birthday for like 3 years after I retired. That was kind of cool.
Yeah.
That was kind of cool.
Imagine you knew it was like kind of what it was like to be Bobby Bonilla.
Bonilla. Yeah. It was like Bobby Bonilla Day for me. But cool. Yeah, much less, by the way. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I don't know how that works, but that's another interesting thing. I guess he factored that in. I mean, I'm sure he's aware of it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, there is a bit more smoke when it comes to the Seahawks potentially acquiring a big name this offseason. We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Having one of those days where a little of this would make things so much better?
Fastball, strike three called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side.
We got you. You can stream every Mariners spring training game live for free on the Seattle Sports app. Making lives better through Mariners baseball, one
goodbye baseball
at a time. Home of your American League West champion Mariners.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
When you buy a new vehicle from Lee Johnson, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty included.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season first tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Sunday, March 8th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
The madness tips off next week, and with it comes your chance to win the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax relief advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More. Fast internet speed.
He's got the geeks to go big, bring him the games.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop. His quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service and speed in select locations only.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Spring and summer, it's right around the corner. So if you haven't called PCF about getting started on your new deck, well, right now is the time. With a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long. And right now, you can get up to $6,000 off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Save an additional $1,500 when you bundle your deck and patio cover. Some restrictions do apply, but do what we did. Contact PCF for all the details and start planning and designing your dream deck now so you're ready to build by the spring. Planning and permits, they can take a little time, so please don't wait. Get started today. Get project ideas, browse photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Bengals did not use the franchise tag on defensive end Trey Hendrickson ahead of today's 4 p.m. deadline, making the former All-Pro edge rusher available to sign with another team when free agency opens next week. He posted a goodbye to Cincinnati after today's deadline pass, thanking the team, its coaches, and its fans. So we'll see what the market looks like for Trey Hendrickson. Meanwhile, Braves DH Jurickson Profar is facing a 162-game suspension after testing positive for a performance-enhancing drug for the second time in the past year. He'd be the 6th player to receive a full season ban for PEDU since Major League Baseball increased the penalty for two-time offenders to a full season back in 2014. He will forfeit the entirety of his $15 million salary. He will be ineligible for the postseason. He's also ineligible for the upcoming WBC, where he was set to represent the Netherlands, whose team includes players from his native Curacao.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Lots of things happening in the world of the NFL. You just heard that Trey Hendrickson will be a free agent. The Bengals did not put a tag on him, so he's out there to be had. We've talked about the potential needs of the Seahawks team as it pertains to their pass rush with what feels like the eventual departure of Boye Mafe. We'll see what happens with Uchenna's salary. Do they restructure? Do they, does D-Law retire? I mean, you got some question marks on that D-line, which was the most consistent element of this team last season and part of a remarkable defense.
Every time I thought about this defense, I mean, it was all about that D-line. And nobody, really stood out. So, I mean, we talked about this yesterday that I know Michael Bumpus was saying, hey, man, it's edge. That's kind of a position of concern that might come into play. And, yeah, I don't see why they would not move on from Boye Mafe when they tried to deal him during the season.
Unless they felt like, he's still certainly got value to us, and if we can get him back at a reasonable rate, maybe it's a better option than something on the market. I don't know. I tend to believe he's gone, but maybe they could have a change of heart. You never know. But we've certainly talked a lot about Maxx Crosby being available out there and potentially, and that he would look good in a Seahawks uniform, and what would it take to get him here and all of that. Tom Pelissero on the NFL Network was talking about, the best time for the Raiders to trade Crosby is soon, like before free agency starts next week.
What is that price tag going to be? Is it a first-round pick and more? Are the Raiders going to draw a hard line at getting 2 first-round picks? All those remain open-ended questions. But if we're just looking at this from a leverage perspective, when do you maximize your leverage? I would say it's sometime before the market opens 1 week from today. Because the moment some of these teams that need pass rush help go and spend that money someplace else, you start to run out of suitors, kind of like the Bengals did last year with Trey Hendrickson.
Trey Hendrickson, by the way, is happy, right? He wanted out of there.
Yeah.
Wanted out.
Yeah,
so,
I would imagine he's going to have more than a few teams vying for his services.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, though, as far as Maxx Crosby goes, that, you talk about how awesome our defensive line was, but did we have that, splashy edge rusher? Maybe that's what I think that's what they wanted Boye Mafe to develop into. I think what happened with Boye is that he wasn't as good, and I don't want to say dedicated, because I think he's a great player, and I don't want to question his effort or anything like that. But sometimes guys are kind of seen this way, as if you're not putting the work in on the rundowns, and being physical when they're running the ball, and you're just waiting for your opportunity to just rush the passer. They always say that on the D line, that's kind of how they talk in their room, is you have to earn the right to rush the passer. Mm-hmm. You have to play hard on the rundowns, and that's what Derek Hall does really well. He is very physical. He punishes people, and it pays off for him. And he's not the greatest pass rusher, but he's a complete player.
Would you give him up in a trade for Maxx Crosby?
Yes. Yes, I would, man. Yeah. Maxx Crosby is an absolute extra meeting guy. And I'm not sure if we have the one clip in here where he basically says, that he kept him in a game last year, and I was watching that game. It was against the Bears.
Yeah, we'll get to that one coming up.
We have that one later, but I mean, he is one of those guys that can just affect a game, and you can't block him with a tight end. And if you're going to try to pull a guy in a run down or whatever, he'll a lot of times beat you to the running back because he's so quick. And I said this yesterday. I think he kind of has a spoon quality to him, that just the way he kind of moves around like a cat, he's super quick and just explosive. And, and I hadn't really paid that much attention to him other than just looking at his numbers. But, man, watching him play, he is a special player.
Yeah, amazing. He was a 4th-round pick.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4th-round pick. But, he's definitely shown to be a problem out there, and he'd be a nice problem to have on your side of the ball. Oh, yeah. But Tom Pelissero, just talking about the type of team that is ideally suited to bring Crosby in.
A few guys in free agency, but really a trade for Max, if you're not going to draft one, is probably your best way to get an elite type of pass rusher. Those guys just don't hit the market. So if I'm thinking, who would be the teams that would make sense for Maxx Crosby? Again, I think anybody who's a contender and has sufficient cap space or the ability to create it should be involved.
Yep. So, I mean, I think it's, one of the things is that I've kind of noticed, and maybe this goes back to with the Josh Naylor thing, how everybody was talking about him and Geno, and it just came to fruition. I don't know, maybe people can't keep secrets anymore, and maybe something leaked out or whatever, but you sure do hear a lot of stories. Of course, it's obviously we're here in Seattle, so, we're going to pay more attention to those kinds of things, but you hear more and more people linking Maxx Crosby with the Seahawks. And, perhaps, there's some chatter going on, or maybe, somebody said something or leaked something. So kind of excited about it. I've been watching play, and just, after going, the defense was amazing, but we have 4 guys that were tied for 7? 3 for 7 sacks.
Yeah, Uchenna, Big Cat, and Murphy.
Yeah. So, I mean, D-Law is in there somewhere. Derek Hall. I mean, but you didn't really have that guy that was, the prize pass rusher that just had all the moves. And and he also earns the right. Like I said, he plays the run really well also. So yeah, I mean, I would be happy giving up draft picks in this one and possibly a player.
Sorry, I was just watching Gabe Spire pitch for the team.
How's he doing?
He just walked somebody, but that's okay. I didn't see him wiggling his arm or looking like he was uncomfortable or anything.
So we got Gabe and Cal.
Yeah.
Right on the Team USA.
Team USA, yeah. For some reason, why are they playing 10 innings? It's 15-1.
Yeah.
And they're in the bottom of the 10th.
Weird.
Maybe trying to get everyone an inning of work. So I also learned, some people corrected us, of course, that they are playing an exhibition tomorrow.
Oh, are they?
Rockies.
Oh, they are. Okay.
Maybe it's just, all right, we want to get everyone an inning, and then other guys pitch tomorrow. Who knows? But that is quite weird.
Yeah, it's 15-1 Team USA over the Giants right now, and they're in the bottom of the 10th.
That's at Scottsdale Stadium they're playing at. That it's like right downtown in Scottsdale. You ever been to that?
No.
Yeah,
I've been to Scottsdale. I haven't been to that stadium.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It's oddly placed in a weird place, like right downtown.
Well, it's a good place to be.
Walk around the corner and get a beer, right, Mike?
Good place to be. Meanwhile, Maxx Crosby himself was on his own podcast, The Rush with Maxx Crosby. What are you laughing at?
I go, right, Mike, and Lefko just gave me nothing.
No, I was like, are we
and then I looked
carrying
back
on?
there
Are we going to the next thing?
Yeah, okay.
I agreed. Yeah.
Great ad-libber. That's good.
Yeah.
Crosby on his own podcast, The Rush with Maxx Crosby. Was unaware he had that, but there you go. He was asked about the trade rumors swirling around him, and an interesting comment at the end of this. Take a listen.
Max.
I had a feeling.
I've been seeing things on the internet. So are you a Raider for life, or what's happening?
God.
Can you talk about this?
She's trying to go viral. She's trying to get my ass.
Can you?
She's trying to go viral.
I know you said you don't do the clip thing. I'm kidding.
See?
No, I'm just. Can you talk about it? Can you not talk? No.
You're not kidding. Anyway, I've talked about this too much. I'm gonna just leave it at that. Life is good. I'm blessed. I'm happy.
You're gonna be
Sarah
successful.
Safari's on my
regardless of where you are.
podcast. Life's good. I'm with my best friend. Got my boys with me. I mean, good. Life
Have
is
you
good.
met your new coach?
I have. Yeah.
Okay. Do you like him? Are you excited?
Seems like a great guy. Absolutely.
That's good.
Look at you knowing there's a new coach.
See, initially I was like, oh, his new coach for his new team. Obviously, he's talking about Clint Kubiak. So he likes Kubiak because I heard that at first. I went, oh, who's the new coach? Is it Mike McDonald?
Yeah.
is it whoever, whatever other team? But yeah, it's obviously talking about Clint Kubiak. But he's obviously well aware of the rumors. He, if we're being honest, he helped contribute to them, with his dissatisfaction the way things ended last season and him, them saying he's injured, he can't play, and he's out there posting videos of him in his giant gymnasium, his giant basketball court at his home, shooting jumpers, running around, rebounding the ball, looking just fine.
Yeah.
Showing people, I'm really hurt here. So I don't know. The Raiders, I feel like, would be very smart to move on from him. Obviously, he's a brilliant player. You want that guy on your team, but they need a lot, and they can get a lot for him. And they're not. It'd be different if they're, hey man, we're on the edge. We're a playoff team next year. We're a double-digit win team next year, and he could be the difference. That's not who they are. That's not who they are. You're going to have a rookie quarterback you're going to draft. No idea if Geno's going to be your guy to sort of be the bridge. Your O-line is horrible. You got a brand new coach coming in who, I know we just saw a turnaround with the Patriots and the Jags that was epic for both of them. I don't see that happening with the Raiders. I don't see a 4-win team. What were they, 3 or 4 wins this year? I think 4. But are they all of a sudden going to be, 13-4 next year?
They beat the Patriots. They won 3 games.
They were 3-win team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Their first game was against the Patriots. But yeah, I mean, I think you're right. Like, if you're Clint Kubiak, you got to be thinking a couple of years down the road. I mean,
yeah, you're thinking, I love this guy, but we need a lot.
What's the point of having Maxx Crosby? There really isn't. And especially if you're getting, some of what people are talking about, maybe 2 first-rounders and a player. I mean, it's why wouldn't you? I mean, and I don't know if. I guess it would be with a team. It would be, this year or next year. Would the Seahawks be willing to do that? I think they're going to be picking pretty low for a couple of years here. So things look pretty good at the end of the season. So, yeah, I think that just makes sense to me. It's a team that, and really it would be kind of a luxury for the Seahawks. But, man, it's incredible what's going on. By the way, I a little distracted here, and the reason why, I was watching the NFL Network last night, and I'm sorry, I love Kubiak. I love the Kubiak family. Love Clint Kubiak as much as I don't really know him. But, man, he was in that press conference with, like, it was Jim Plunkett and, all the old Raiders. Howie Long was there, and he looked as uncomfortable as you could possibly be. He kept looking up and down, and, I think he was kind of stuttering, and, I don't know. I was just looking at him going, I love you, Clint. I think you're a great coach, and, you did a great job, but I don't know that you're a head coach. Mm-hmm. He doesn't really have that vibe. So, but, now, I mean, it's very fashionable to hire the genius on offense or the genius offensive coordinator like Sean McVay or, Mike McDonald as the genius defensive coordinator. So, I mean, if that's the case, and, he sure turned the offense around and did it pretty easily, but, man, I don't know. I don't know that he's a head coach, but we'll see. But yeah, he's got a lot of building to do there. So again, I put it this way: what is the point of having a guy like Maxx Crosby on your team?
Well, yeah, because you figure by the time you're legitimately competitive, where is he physically? Where is he? Is he still this guy? Is he a shell of this guy? Is he a diminished version of this guy who's going to be making a lot of money? And I was just looking at Spot Track and his contract. He's got a $35.7 million cap hit this year. The following year, it's just under 30, 29.7. And he's got a potential out in 2028. Mm. So does he bail on the deal after that and look for a brand new deal? Because he signed a 3-year, $106.5 million deal that included 91.5 guaranteed.
Yeah.
So he's owed a lot of money, but assuming he can keep going at the rate he's been going, he's got an out after the 27 season and could potentially be looking at a new deal there. So he's expensive. He's got a lot of money coming to him. I don't know, hypothetically, if the Seahawks were to acquire him, would they, work out an extension to spread that money out to make it more favorable to their situation, because they do have JSN to deal with. They do have Devin Witherspoon to deal with. They do potentially have Sam Darnold to deal with, and that could be a big number if he has another solid year. I mean, because we just talked to Mike Ginnitti of Spot Track, and he was talking about Sam's number being almost embarrassing compared to the rest of, the rest of the quarterbacks in this league, and he's beyond a bargain, to say the very least. And if he has another season similar to what he just had, or even better, he maybe cuts the turnovers down and still has some of these same numbers, he's going to be looking at a huge raise.
Yeah. The 206, I don't know what your definition of a pant load of draft picks is, because he said the Raiders already have a pant load of draft picks. They have 8. I don't think 8 is a pant load.
A pant load?
Yeah.
Is that an old man saying? I haven't heard that.
It's right up there with proof in the pudding. No question.
Yeah. Joe in Bellevue said, Patriots went from last-ish to first in 1 year. Why not the Raiders? Well, Joe, we just talked about that. I think the Raiders are devoid of the talent it would take to flip them around as quickly as the Patriots, had a horrible schedule in terms of strength. Horrible in terms of weak. It was great for them. Worked out really, really well. But they also have a quarterback, and the Raiders don't. The Raiders don't have an O-line. The Patriots do. They've got a lot more to work with.
Yeah.
Same with the Jags, who had that same kind of turnaround. You had just dismal, horrible teams the year before. Both one's a 13-win team, the other a 14-win team. Yeah. But I just don't see the Raiders being in a position to have that kind of turnaround.
It's going to take a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, our cast-off offensive tackle, I think, was their left tackle.
Yeah, Stone Forsythe.
And Gino got sacked 55 times. I think that led the NFL.
Yeah.
So you don't want your rookie quarterback out there, and maybe they'll let him season for a while before they just throw him out there. But Yeah, I mean, I think there's, again, I don't see what the point of having a guy like Maxx Crosby is. So, but yeah, I mean, he's a game wrecker. He really is.
In the 206 saying, didn't this season prove you don't necessarily need a guy like Crosby? Well, when you've got D-Law, when you've got Uchenna, when you've got Mafe, yeah, but you have to account for some attrition here. More likely than not, Mafe is not coming back. D-Law might retire. We're not sure where that is.
Yeah.
And Uchenna's contract is the third highest cap hit. So I would think at minimum maybe they restructure Uchenna's deal if they want to keep him around. I mean, they do have a lot of salary cap to work with, but they also have some big contracts, especially JSN and Witherspoon, and that doesn't even take into account if they want to bring back K9 or Reek or Kobe Bryant or any of these other guys.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean they've got a lot of work to do, but yeah, I mean it was just impressive watching. I guess I hadn't watched Maxx Crosby that much, but just seeing how, and Horowitz was talking about this Chicago Bears game, and if you go and look at that game, I mean, he kind of did single-handedly keep the Raiders in that game.
Yeah, Jason Horowitz is the Raiders play-by-play man, and he talked about that story in that game.
Maxx is great. A couple of years ago, and the Raiders were a losing team, I thought Maxx had a real shot at Defensive Player of the Year. Frankly, I'm still shocked that he has never been first-team All-Pro, because if anyone watches Raiders game, he is a one-man wrecking crew. Week 4 this past year, it goes back to how bad Geno Smith was. Raiders play the Bears. Geno Smith throws 3 first-half interceptions. The Raiders have 4 turnovers. The Bears start all 4 of those on the plus 40, and they score 9 of those on those 4 turnovers. 9. And Maxx Crosby had 3 sacks, 4 tackles for loss in his first career interception, and the Raiders have a chance to win because of that.
Sounds very much like that Seahawks-Rams game.
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
4 drives starting in the Seahawks side of the field, and they still had a chance to win.
Yeah. So, I mean, he was just all over the field, tipping passes up in the air. I think he got an interception in that game. He was just flying around, and they end up losing that game 24-25. But you just couldn't tell whether it's a losing effort or a winning effort. You see the same thing from Maxx Crosby on every play.
One more from Jason Horowitz, again, the play-by-play man for the Raiders, explains why Crosby's intense work ethic could be perceived as rubbing people the wrong way.
He is first in the building, everything you've ever heard of with regards to his effort, his tenacity, his desire to win, the fact that offensive lines are throwing 2 and 3 guys at him at every play. But sometimes I wonder, and this is just kind of rumblings that you start to hear now because of all the background noise, I wonder if some of that is tough for guys in the building to match. And I think, look, if you're on a really good team or a team with a bunch of good players, it's not a problem, right? You want guys like that. You want that guy to build it. If you're on a team where it's really bad, you want him to be the example, but he also has to bring guys up to him. And I think sometimes that can be hard.
So he's the best of a bad bunch out there that they can't match him. I mean,
I don't know why that would rub people the wrong way.
Maybe they feel like he's trying to show up guys or something. Remember J.J. Watt was always heard rumblings about, he's trying to show everybody he's the, what a workhorse he is. And all. I think some guys that's just who they are.
Yeah.
That's just, they're possessed by football. That's what they want to do. Every team has that guy. Oh, he's the first in, he's the last out. Every team, you hear that.
Yeah.
We heard it here. Bobby Wagner, Russell Wilson, first in, last out. That's who they are. That's what they do.
Yeah, and you want somebody to set that standard. But, yeah, I just remember in Hard Knocks that one year down in with the Texans, and J.J. Watt was being interviewed, and he was talking about how it's kind of a boring life, but if you want to, commit yourself to it, you can make a lot of money in this business.
Yeah.
Or he was explaining it to one of the younger guys. But, and then Maxx Crosby, he's done a really good job also of, rehab. As far as, he had an addiction to alcohol, and I think it, kind of was compounded during the pandemic year and everything, and he's beat that, and he's a big advocate for sobriety and, all the things that go along with that charity-wise and stuff. So, he's a good guy that's involved in the community and turned things around for himself, and he's just playing his tail off.
Hey, join the Seattle Sports Commission for a star-studded fundraising event featuring the athletes and icons of Washington sports. Experience red carpet interviews, sports exhibits, a silent auction, and the live award show, all while supporting the nonprofit power of Seattle sports. So don't miss your chance to be amongst the stars on March 13th at the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards presented by Microsoft. Get your tickets now at seattlesports.org. Meanwhile, there's a question that was posed to John Schneider at the Combine that might not have an easy answer. We'll get into that coming up next with Wyman and Bob. It's Seattle Sports on 710.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
Nothing worse than being somebody that has to have a pair of readers everywhere in order to read a menu or label or even your text messages, and then you forget those readers and you're just frustrated beyond belief. I got tired of that. That's why I went to K2 Vision for a refractive lens exchange. It's Bob Stelton here. When you add King LASIK and K2 Vision, you get Freedom Vision for every stage of life. LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK will give you freedom from glasses and contacts, and refractive lens exchange, the procedure I had, from K2 Vision RLE adds extra freedom from readers and cataracts. So again, if you're frustrated like I was, you have to have them with you at all times, otherwise you can't see anything. This could be your answer. K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect and permanent solution, and the best part is you'll never develop a cataract. With over 400,000 procedures done, Dr. Kopstein and Dr. King are two of the most experienced vision correction surgeons in America. Whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors out there with all of the data to recommend the very best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. King LASIK and K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. Again, k2visionrle.com.
Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel welcomes Seattle Golf Show March 13th through 15th at Puyallups Washington State Fair Event Center. Parking's free. Get front door bonus golf, see 100 exhibits, top courses, and shop big brands with Putts Golf. Tickets, seattlegolfshow.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. we can help.
The celebration continues.
We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber the Door Store. Something that happens here most every day are customers and contractors looking to purchase doors they can take today. Frank Lumber has a good selection of pre-hung display doors that are ready to go. And if we don't have what you need today, whether it be style or size, and you find a door in stock, we can still get you taken care of quickly. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
It's WFC 190 World Fighting Championship at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, April 25th. Experience the thrill and excitement of high-energy professional mixed martial arts. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this amazing mixed martial arts event. WFC 190 World Fighting Championship, April 25th. At Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. Coming up at 4 p.m., Jon Morosi will join us for his weekly conversation, get his thoughts on the WBC, the Mariners, the upcoming season, Bryce Miller, all that stuff. So that's coming up at 4 p.m. And then at 5 p.m., as he does each and every week, El Hombre. Michael Bradley will be joining us on the program. Stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, we touched on this briefly with Mike Ginnitti of Spa Track, who joined us earlier in the show. In case you missed that conversation, it'll be available on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. But we were just trying to get a price range, if you will, on K9 and Reek Woolen and some of these other guys. But we were also talking about Sam Darnold, who signed a 3-year deal, and he even Mike Ginnitti was talking about he's essentially a bunch of 1-year deals. There's very team-friendly deal, especially with the dollar value compared to other starting quarterbacks in this league, and certainly a Super Bowl winning quarterback. You're getting a great deal on Sam Darnold, financially speaking. But assuming he has a similar year, better year than he had this year, what kind of price tag is he looking at? There'll be 1 year left on his deal.
You mean after next year?
Yeah. If he were to just, let's say he just duplicates this year, hopefully a fewer turnovers, but duplicates this year in terms of passing yards and completion percentage and things like that. Just another rock solid year.
Yeah.
What's he looking at?
Yeah, well, and especially if, there's this dearth of good quarterbacks out there that, whether it's through the draft or, you look at some of these free agents. I mean, Kyler Murray's going to end up somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he'll have a job.
So, yeah, I mean, that I think his value is definitely going to go up. So, I mean, I would say probably they would extend him. But, it's funny, how many is this his 7th year or 8th year with Sam Darnold? I don't know. I never think about, how old this guy is. I think he's coming up on his 8th year, maybe.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's going to be his 9th year.
3rd pick in 2018.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, he's got a lot of time ahead of him because, quarterbacks can play up till their, mid to late 30s as long as they're still efficient. And
he's also a guy that doesn't rely on. I mean, he's mobile.
Yeah, but
he's not Lamar Jackson.
Right.
He's not Russell in his prime. He's not relying on that element.
Well, and I think, and with quarterbacks, they always just get, that's the one position where, you're getting sacked. Hopefully you don't, get 55 sacks a year like Geno Smith, but that's the one health risk. It's not like you're taking huge shots, running up in the middle of the, the line and like running backs or something. So, and then they just get smarter. They get better. So I could see Sam having like maybe another 10 years left in him. So
he's only 28.
Yeah. So, I mean, easily he could be one of those guys playing into his late 30s. So, yeah, I think he's pretty valuable. Do you think, and I guess that kind of every time we talk about something like that, it brings up the doubts around Sam Darnold. Like, do you have enough faith in him? Because, like, everybody's ready to apologize and everything, but are you going to pay him $50 million?
Yeah, I think that's where the doubt creeps back in, where they're going to go, well, I think I need to see another year.
Right.
Even though you just won a Super Bowl with the guy, and in arguably the toughest game of the season, the NFC title game against the Rams. We said it when it happened. I stick to it. That was the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
That was your toughest test of the year with everything that was on the line.
Two best teams.
All the storylines about the Rams being the boogeyman, and they know how to get to him, blah, blah, blah. He lit it up in that game because they needed him to, and he did. That I would have thought would silence a lot of people. It didn't completely, and I don't know that you ever could completely. We saw all the hot takes after the Super Bowl, and the Rob Parkers and Skip Baylesses out there basically saying they won in spite of Sam, and they call him Sam Darnold and blah blah blah, all their cute nicknames. But so there's still that point being they're still out there, not just those two dimwits, but other people still kind of doubt him or are in that. Yeah, I need to see more before they'd probably be comfortable making that kind of franchise quarterback investment, which is what that would represent.
Yeah, somebody was texting in yesterday about and kind of complaining about Patrick Mahomes and where he's at. He has that kind of credibility. Like you said, you look around the league, there's a handful of guys, but does Sam have that kind of credibility? And
no.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe.
I mean, realistically, no. Come on. I mean, Mahomes has been in the AFC title game almost every single year of his career. He's won multiple Super Bowls. From last year they had him ranked 12th, and Sam was 9th, and people are like, oh, but and I was explaining to the texter, well, it was just from last year. Yeah, it's based on last year's numbers and performance.
But yeah, I mean, he doesn't have that kind of special talent. He doesn't, have like the Matthew Stafford no-look pass. He doesn't have a lot of tricks up his sleeve, but he's a really good operator, And I honestly, just like, we've talked about ever since, the playoffs started, I mean, the kind of game that he had to have against the San Francisco 49ers was 12 for 17 for 125 yards. Nothing. One touchdown.
But look at his numbers in that Rams game.
The next week, that's when he had to be that guy, and he was. And then Super Bowl, same thing as, the first week of the playoffs. It was like, didn't really have to, but, he showed up pretty good. I mean, he had some mistakes in that first Ram game, certainly, and then in the second one as well. But, he just he got the overtime win. So, I mean, he's clutch. I don't know. He's checked pretty much all the boxes, and I think, but maybe you need a bigger sample size before you pay a guy like that $50 million. Maybe you need another couple LA Ram performances.
Maybe they get him for $40 million a year. Maybe they get him for $42 a year. Maybe he doesn't. If they extend him now. And I'm sure John would explain why that was a bad idea financially speaking. I don't know, but it feels like if he just has another big year, that price tag goes up. And John Schneider was asked by Rich Eisen about the potential of an extension for Sam Darnold.
Darnold, do you do anything with his contract, or you're not? Are you a former player now? No, I know. I don't mean to put you in a position here. No, you know how it works. I mean, like you want to keep somebody there forever, but you also got a great contract.
We want we want to be our quarterback for a long time, for sure. I mean, he came in and fit in just seamless. Everything everybody said about him, We didn't spend that much time with him when he was coming out of college because we knew he was going to get drafted so high.
Right.
But just to be able to talk to everybody at, like Scott Fritter and Dan Morgan and those guys in Carolina, and then the people with the Jets that have been there with the Jets, and then Minnesota, and then obviously our San Francisco guys too, to see him come in and just fit in right away and be that, like, humble, tough leader. Like, he's just got a really cool way about him.
Yeah, the more you hear that kind of stuff, that actually makes me feel more comfortable of paying him, close to $50 million just because of the kind of guy that he is. And you hear about that. And then the other thing, you got to ask your question, like, why does Ernest Jones, the middle linebacker on the defense, why did he so vehemently defend Sam Darnold?
Yeah.
I mean, you ask that question. And I think that's where the answer is, and that's where I think, I think maybe one more year, and maybe a couple more games like he had in the NFC Championship game. I think, I might be ready to say, okay, yeah, I think he's a 55 million top tier quarterback.
Yeah, and then they got to figure out how do we pay him, Spoon, JSN, and any of these free agents that they've got this year that they want to pay, too.
Oh, they'll figure it out.
I'm sure they will. I mean, they've got guys that's their sole purpose is manipulating the capologists in the building. So we'll see what they do. Meanwhile, could voices from the outside the MLB world be the ones that find the solution to baseball's current labor negotiations? We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob. It's Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk on the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal Raleigh, how do you handle the knowledge that you guys are one of the best teams in the league right now?
This isn't a fun, cute story anymore. This is who we want to be. And if you want to get here and you want to do this, you have to have those expectations. We're not really focused on, can we do it? Or the hope factor. Like, no, we know that we're good enough.
Catch every one of Brock and Salk's interviews from Mariners spring training on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman for Harley Exteriors. And it's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. For some, it's a messy garage or a leaning fence. For me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. And we got used to cold drafts, outside noise, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. They have a spring cleaning sale right now to complete your home makeover. You can buy 10 windows and choose from 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. They're good people, and I've enjoyed working with them, so give them a call, 833-HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation and get a bid from Harley Exteriors. Go to harleyexteriors.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
This is Carla Hall for Eggland's Best. Eggs are a staple in our diets, and there's only one egg with more delicious, farm-fresh taste plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. With more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties. We've got classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PndTreeService.com.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up at the top of the hour, 4 o'clock, Jon Morosi will join us for his weekly conversation. Stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, we've had a chance to talk to a couple of people that know about labor negotiations, contracts, certainly, about Major League Baseball and guys that are outside of that, if you will. We talked to Andrew Brandt. When was that? Week
like
before last?
February.
It was you and Lefko.
Yes, it is.
Me and
Lefko.
okay.
We're the same people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
you were looking at me when you said that.
I was talking to Bob.
You were staring right at me. When
Mike,
you said
it's
that.
radio.
Yeah. Thank you. February 18th.
Just coming after you today.
Can we continue? Jeez.
I don't know. You want to interject anything else? Are we good here?
Mike was confused that I was looking at him and saying,
Did the no look.
it was
thing.
you
You
and
were like
Lefko.
Stafford.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I was trying to do. No, it was just random, Mike. Let it go.
It was Andrew Brandt on with us, two
How about
people
that?
on this show. He was talking about, we just threw this at him. We were obviously talking a lot of NFL with him. But again, he was in the Packers front office. He's very familiar with labor negotiations. And he sort of, when we talked to him about the MLBPA thing going on and the potential lockout, he outlined a compromise that in his mind would be maybe appealing to owners and the Players Association.
There are always things to bargain with. To me, the one thing baseball has against the players that other sports don't have, it that NFL, NBA would wish for, is 6 years till unrestricted free agency, not 4. And now I know they have arbitration after years 3, 4, 5 in baseball, but 6 years is a long time. You know, just thinking out loud, what if the owners said, hey, you can be a free agent after 5 years or even 4 years and give us a cap?
I thought that was interesting because
Interesting. I still see the PA going, no.
Yeah.
No. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't ever see them giving in on a cap. I think they look at it as, why would we limit our ability to earn money? Why would we have this right now? We fought for this, and we're going to give it back to you.
Yeah,
because certain teams can't be responsible, or if they've found ways to circumvent it or whatever. You want to stop the Dodgers and the Mets and the Yankees and those teams from buying their championships. Well, maybe I just don't see them doing it. I don't see them giving up something that the other leagues don't have, the other players don't have in other
even
leagues.
if it's getting to free agency a little bit quicker.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they would. I mean, that seems reasonable. At least on the surface, you'd have to work out all the details. Is it going to be 1 year? Is it going to be 2 years? Is it going to be free agent after 4 or free agent after 5? Is it going to be, what's the compromise there? Or is that even something they would be? I'm sure players would like that, certainly be able to hit free agency earlier. But is it worth putting a cap on what it is they could make?
Yeah. Well, and I think, and if you're a parent, you know this. There's no, and then there's everything else.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that makes sense. What you're saying is like, why would they? Because at first I was like, that would be pretty interesting, because it does seem like it takes forever to get for baseball players to get to, the
Free
money
agency.
that they're worth.
Yeah.
Really. So yeah, but I don't think they're letting go of that.
I don't see it. They've always deemed it as a non-starter.
Yeah.
It feels like every time we hear about labor negotiations, well, owners want this on the table. They want a salary cap conversation on the table, and the PA is like, nope, what else you got?
Mm-hmm.
They're like the A's owner in Moneyball. Can't help you. Well, how else can I help you? Like we're not having that conversation. What else do you need? Andrew Brandt said that, and then we just had Michael Ginnitti on from Spot Track, and he had a little different idea for Major League Baseball to potentially avoid a lockout next year.
I'm not a proponent for the salary cap. I don't think it will do what everybody thinks it will do. At least immediately, it'll take some time to get there. I'm somewhat of a fan of a floor to a certain degree, maybe a multi-year spending floor, so that some of those smaller teams at least have to put an effort in and not outright tank for 4 or 5 seasons like we've seen in the past. The deferred situation does have to get changed because I do think it's gotten to a degree where you're circumventing the luxury tax system by doing it. So the simple change I would make is you can go ahead and defer cash, but you're taking whatever the initial luxury tax payment would be as the tax hit for your team in every single year up front. So Ohtani would be a $70 million tax hit for the Dodgers right now, not a 46.
It's interesting. And, I'm a huge proponent of a salary floor.
Yeah.
I love that idea. I'm surprised it hasn't become more of a talking point, as.
Well, how do you feel if you're one of the owners that's actually trying? And,
you're paying, basically, you're putting money into the pockets of the A's owner and the Pirates owner and the Rays owner and these teams that are committed to spending as little as possible, and in many cases, like the A's, year after year after year, not reinvesting back into their product.
Mm-hmm.
They're just pocketing that money coming from the big clubs who are paying the luxury tax.
Right.
So, yeah, that would annoy the daylights out of me, to say the very least. If I'm, look, I know it's annoying to see the Dodgers just outspending the world, but they're also, some of those other owners are benefiting from that because the luxury tax that they're paying is going into their pockets.
Yeah. Do you think it's that, some of the teams that are like kind of teetering on the edge of, maybe profitability or getting, some players injured, whatever, that are like, I might need that someday to be able to not have a floor and to be able to spend as little as I want?
I don't know. It just seems like there's got to be somewhat. If you're wealthy enough to own a franchise, you should be expected to invest X amount of dollars into it. You can't say, well, our payroll this year is $47 million. Meanwhile, you got the Dodgers out there at $500 million. That sort of disparity just isn't right. You got players making $47 million. Meanwhile, you got a whole roster of guys out there, and that's everybody's salary combined. That's got to be evened out a bit. So. While the cap, I think, is a non-starter with the Players Association, I do believe they'd be in favor of a floor because all that does is bring up the revenue for players. And I think other owners that are spending in earnest and trying to improve their product would appreciate that as well when they look at teams like the A's who for years and years and years were not doing that.
Yeah.
And anytime they had a player who was in a position to capitalize on their career and make, they're in line for that big deal, they get traded. So they just basically became a farm system for the rest of the league. So, and now you're seeing the A's owner invest in these contract extensions for, Wilson and Rooker and Butler and all these young, talented guys, coincidentally, now that they're moving to Vegas. He's going to invest in his product.
Right.
Which, again, if I were an A's fan, I'd be just ticked beyond belief at that. I mean, just lame.
You got to feel sorry for those fans, man.
I do.
I mean,
yeah.
There's I don't know. It's. I'm sure that it's waning the numbers as far as the original fans of the A's. But I mean, that's a tough franchise to root for.
Oh yeah. With that owner, it is. Yeah. I don't blame the players, but that owner, absolutely. Well, we'll get Jon Morosi's thoughts on that. If the Players Association could ever think to entertain a conversation about a salary cap, get his thoughts on that, the WBC, and everything else going on in the world of baseball. Jon Morosi joins us next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
On eBay, every find has a story. Like if you're looking for a vintage band tee, not just any tee, the band tee. You wore it everywhere until your best friend stole it. Now you're on eBay, and there it is. Same tee from the same tour. The things you love have a way of finding their way back to you, especially on eBay. Where else can you find that mint trading card you searched everywhere for, or your first car, the one you wish you never sold? It has to be eBay. Shop eBay for millions of finds, each with a story. eBay, things people love.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. The championship trophy is back in Seattle where it belongs. The big game is in the rear view, and the next big moment is going to be baseball's opening day. Well, why don't you make a commitment right now to look and feel your very best by then? People all over the Northwest could lose 20, 30, 40, maybe 50 pounds just by the start of baseball season. And it starts by calling Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. A 15-minute phone call is all it takes to get started. I did this program. I lost 10 pounds in the first week. I lost about 35 pounds in just 8 weeks. Here's what I didn't have to do. Fight for space in a crowded gym with all those New Year's resolutioners. No pills, no injections, no fake bland box meals or anything like that. Just real food that you buy at the grocery store with delicious recipes, great coaching, support, and accountability. Do it for yourself this year. Call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic or go to eastsideweightlossklinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Between his hobbies and decades of work in a boatyard, Philip had put his body through a lot.
I'm an avid fly fisherman and an avid skier. It takes its toll.
Not to mention one other thing.
I had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. Absolutely obliterated my lower left leg again.
Philip couldn't live with the pain anymore, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
Listening to all these radio spots, I said, what do I got to lose?
What was your experience like with Dr. Wagner?
What I was so impressed with Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none. Zero.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan, believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQBar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQBar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping when you text radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's radio to 64,000.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, it looks to become official. We've been speculating for months and months and months about the future of Kyler Murray, and apparently the team has informed Murray that his time with the Cardinals will come to an end. They plan to release him next Wednesday when the new league year begins, barring a trade. That, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. He was already guaranteed $36.8 million for 2026 and would have been guaranteed another $19.5 million for 2027 if he was still on the roster on the 5th day of the 2026 league year, which is March 16th. Meanwhile, in the world of baseball, Braves DH Jurickson Profar facing a 162-game suspension after testing positive for a performance-enhancing drug for the second time in the past year.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
I've never heard a person walk out of the stadium and say, wow, I wish that game would have included more waiting.
He is an endless source of baseball and hockey knowledge.
José Berríos, el lanzador de Puerto Rico en el Clásico Mundial de Béisbol.
Jon Morosi, every week with Wyman and Bob.
You're being serious with me right now?
Here he is, everybody, smiling ear to ear as he is wont to do. He is our own personal ray of sunshine, just showering us with baseball knowledge, just world knowledge, really, each and every week. He joins us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Our buddy Jon Morosi is here. How are you, man?
Outstanding, my friends, and I have 2 items of very good news to share right now.
Oh, okay.
So, number 1, as it relates to the pitch timer, which obviously reference to that welcomes us to every conversation on this radio program. The pitch timer, unlike the last Classic, this is going to make Dave's day too. It is in effect. So we will have the pitch timer in effect at the 2026 World Baseball Classic. These games will not include more waiting.
Yes.
They will not include
Dave.
more waiting.
Oh,
there will be
I like the waiting.
Minimal. There'll be a minimal amount of waiting. The other good news I want to share, here we are just minutes past the 4 p.m. hour in Seattle. We are now 27 hours away, just 27 hours away from the first pitch of the 2026 World Baseball Classic. Taiwan against Australia. It'll be in Japan. So it starts it's perfect. It starts 7 p.m. your time.
Yeah.
Wow. Tomorrow night. It's like it's better than opening night baseball at T-Mobile. Settle in. And that's going to be a good matchup, by the way. Taiwan, the reigning world champions of the Premier 12, which is the second biggest tournament after the World Baseball Classic. They won that in the fall of 2024. And then Australia, led by former Oregon State Beaver Travis Bazana. Australia made the quarterfinal last time around. So I'm building this up. So baseball that really matters begins in 27 hours. You can just stay up for 27 straight hours if you want to.
Sure.
About my plan, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Hey, where are you at with we were talking about the guys that are playing. I believe the Mariners have the second highest number of players from their organization participating in the WBC. And obviously out here, people like me, I worry about them getting hurt. The priority is their season, the Mariners season for me, and it's not even close. And we said this the other day, and we had a couple people texting in, it's unpatriotic. You got to root for Team USA, because Dave and I were like, well, if they lose, you get your guys back quicker and no harm done. Everybody's healthy. How many players like Matt Brash, like Brian Wu, have said, and Brian Wu said it, look, it'd be great to participate. My priority is the Mariners. I got to be here for them, and I love that. Do you know very many other players out there that have said, yeah, I'd love to play, but I need to be ready for my team?
It's a great question. And I think it's, first of all, what I would say on this is that everyone has to make the best choice for their individual situation. I know that may sound like something you'd read on a index card, but I really believe that to be true, because first of all, it's a big commitment to do it. You certainly are disrupting your routine. And especially for players, again, like Brash, like Wu, if you haven't made your big-time money yet, and if it's a big-time arbitration year, and you say, you know what, for that player, if in their own mind they believe that this is what's best for them to take care of their family, how could you possibly begrudge them for doing that? That's like second-guessing a guy that leaves, at least in the old days when you didn't have NIL money, was second-guessing the guy that is playing football and leaves after their junior year when they're going to be a locked-in top-5 NFL draft pick. You can't – I think it's foolish to say, oh, you should stay in school. It's like the same argument. Mm-hmm. At some point, you got to take care of your universe and your world. And yet, I do think that when you talk to players who have done it, almost universally to a man, they say it's the best thing I've done in baseball, unless they've already won the World Series.
Except for Drew Smiley.
Well, Drew Smiley. Now that is, but the fact that you mentioned Drew Smiley, so how many other guys in
the
last?
He was a Mariner.
He was a Mariner. I know.
PTSD
I get
from
it.
that.
I get it. But this is the 6th edition, and I've made this point, and I'll make it from now until forever. If the Los Angeles Dodgers, and how smart they are, if they had complete perfect health from their starting pitchers the last 2 years, if they had 5 starters make every turn and everybody's immaculately healthy, and then the WBC comes around and everybody breaks down, I'd have a lot more time for that argument.
Right.
We just the facts of the situation, the Dodgers can't keep their guys healthy. They still win, but they can't keep their guys healthy.
Yeah.
So if they can't keep their guys healthy, then nobody can keep their guys healthy. And I think that it's so there may be certain players, and you both have been around sports long enough to know this, to some extent, if a player says, hey, if I leave, I'm going to get hurt, well, if that's how you feel, there's no convincing you otherwise. But I would say that based on the numbers, we had hamate fractures of Lindor, Jackson Holliday, and Corbin Carroll happen 3 weeks ago, and it wasn't the WBC's fault. So I just think it's important to point out that if you look at the data, and there is plenty of it, there's actually no greater incidence of injury risk now than in a WBC year versus a non-WBC year. And I always think the funny thing is, again, you think about players staying healthy, how they stay healthy or not. I don't know. I mean, you think the Bambino was doing cold plunges every day and drinking beet smoothies, drinking 3 beet smoothies every night after the games?
His game wasn't built on speed.
Okay, well, but he hit 714 homers still. He still wasn't there long enough to do that. So, I mean, again, I get it, but I do chuckle a bit that, like, people would always say, Mickey Lolich just would, he'd take a hot shower and that was better than ice in his arm and he felt good and he threw 340 innings a year. I mean, I think that it's kind of funny how we've said, well, to stay healthy, you've got to do X and Y and Z, when really I don't really think that's the case.
Yeah, I think it's just, really good fans that love their players and they don't want anything. But you can't play scared, right? I mean,
you can't play scared. And by the way, what you're describing, and I love that you've framed it that way. This is so interesting. If I make the meta point here a little bit, what you're articulating, the conversation we're having right now, is 100% the American sports perspective for a very, very long time, right? That we care about our teams, and our teams are not always defined as Team USA. It's the Mariners, the Seahawks, the Kraken. It's our guys, our city, and I think it is fundamentally different when you go to basically every other country. I just had a conversation tonight with my friends at the Fan 590 and Sportsnet in Toronto. They're still talking about the Olympics in hockey, and they should. That's how Canadian culture works. American culture works kind of from my neighborhood out, whereas most other places are the banner and the national anthem and the flag first, and then everything else is second. We're kind of the opposite, and I think it's interesting that. And again, there are exceptions, obviously. I happen to think, and this is one of my favorite theories, like this summer, if Team USA in soccer goes on this amazing run, you're going to have one of the games in Seattle for Team USA. How's that going to feel? I mean, I think the World Cup is different. And I don't think people are going to be hung up on, well, this guy plays for the Sounders or not the Sounders. It's like, that's like Christian Pulisic plays for Inter Milan. But they're not. But by the way, the people in Milan are not going to root for him over Team Italy. Okay, like he's American, he's our guy, and they've got their guys. And I just think that it's to me, I love international sport because it makes you reflect on things like this. And again, the Dream Team was a once-in-a-lifetime team in '92. The Olympic hockey team in '80 was unique. I hope that these Olympic hockey teams, including Hillary Knight, of course, who plays in Seattle, that they are remembered the same way by everyone. But we're so big as a country that we tend to focus on our cities to the point that we won the World Baseball Classic once, and unless you're a serious World Baseball Classic fan, I don't know if I said, okay, top of your head, who was the starting lineup for Team USA in that game? There's not many people would know the answer to that question. Whereas if you ask someone in England who was the starting 11 for you in the last Euro, like every school kid in the country can tell you what the formation was from the goalkeeper out.
Hey, we were talking, we'll get into the Mariners here in a sec, but just a thought on the potential work stoppage, potential lockout that's following December 1st when the CBA expires. And we were talking about the idea of a salary cap, which always seems to be the aim of the owners. And it feels like the PA makes it clear every year, that's a non-starter. What else you got? It's just, do you see any budging on that? Do you see any sort of compromise with a salary cap? And we've talked about salary floor and things like that. And we've had suggestions from other people saying, well, maybe they take, instead of 6 years to become a free agent, it's 4 or 5 years as sort of a compromise with players in exchange for salary cap. Or what's the reality? What's the real? I feel like they cling to that, the Players Association, like grim death. Like, we got it. We're not giving up on this. We're not letting this go.
It's a great question, and what the first thing I'll say is we're a long way away from finding where the common ground could be. I think that the owners, for very legitimate reasons, when you see the way the spending has gone, the competitive balance obviously tipping in the favor of probably a half a dozen large market teams, many of whom own their own regional sports networks and derive the revenue there. They're able to compete for the Kyle Tuckers and the Otanis, et cetera. And we don't see it top to bottom where in other sports, there's no Green Bay Packers in baseball. There's no OKC or the Pacers. Think about the last NBA Finals, right? So, or the way the Chiefs have played so well for so long as one of the smaller market teams in the NFL. It sure seems like there's a lot of evidence that would suggest that caps are effective in balancing a sport over a long period of time. It's also true that not having a cap has become central to the ethos of the MLBPA for generations now. Those appear to be two very oppositional perspectives.
Yeah, two conflicting points there.
with not a lot of wiggle room in between. I would encourage everyone to either get very creative very quickly about ways to satisfy both sides of this, because if they don't, and if it just is a staring contest, then there's no real way of knowing when that would end. There's really not. I mean, we're on a mapless road at that point, because we have not lost games outside of the pandemic is in 30 years. And so we as an industry don't really know what that looks like, feels like, how all these brands would endure. Obviously, we're coming up on a point where MLB is simultaneously just trying to figure out all of these local and regional TV situations at a time where obviously the RSN model is fracturing and breaking. And so all this is happening in real time. We're trying to figure out what is the new TV model. And oh, by the way, the content that people are now paying for is in jeopardy if there's a work stoppage, right? So there are so many different forces here. It obviously is in no one's interest for there to be a prolonged work stoppage that costs games. I hope that both sides realize that. The one thing I'll say that is different now than probably it was the last time around is that there does seem to be a greater cleaving of what the perspectives are between the big market teams and the mid-market and the small market. Before, you used to be able to say the owners want this, the players want this. Mm-hmm. But now it's, well, the owner of the Dodgers would want something very different from the owner of the Reds or the Brewers or the Royals. And I think that there's just such a dramatic change up and down the scale of markets. It's a different sport. When you experience a game at Dodger Stadium and then go to a game the next week in Cincinnati, it is the same sport, but it's not the same experience. And I think that's the goal. It seems to be to make 30 healthy franchises. And in fairness, I always say this: the true measure of whether or not particular teams, franchises, or a sport is in great financial distress is ask the very basic question: how many teams are either imminently requiring a relocation or are very obviously up for sale, right? In baseball, the Padres are up for sale. No one really is relocating. The Rays seem to be getting their stadium situation figured out. So at most, you're talking about 2 or 3 teams that are in difficult circumstances. That is not a crisis, okay? That is not a crisis by any definition. And I think it's important to keep that in mind. As the industry is healthy overall, it certainly would behoove everybody to find a way to continue to share the prosperity that we have seen in baseball.
Hey, JP, we were talking about, I think this was Bob's question, about the homegrown part of this rotation. 4 of the 5, because Castillo, they got from a trade. If you had to pay 2 of those, who would they be? I think we were the same, Bob, Wu and Logan Gilbert. But, and maybe just because Bryce Miller just recently had that injury, but
right,
kind of a hard explanation for Kirby other than I think Bob put it like he's made it. He doesn't seem like he belongs here, maybe.
Yeah, he just feels like a guy who, if you ask the 4,
somewhere else,
where you want to be ultimately, he feels like he'd be the one to say, I'd like to be East Coast.
Yeah,
and that's based
back to the East Coast, and that's interesting because I when we had this conversation a bit last week, I had actually mentioned Kirby because I feel as though 2 things. I think health, I feel relatively good about where he's at health-wise in the long term, and I also think that his price, perhaps again based on last year wasn't his best year, the price point might be better, more favorable to the club. I think that performance-wise, Gilbert has certainly been better, and obviously Wu at his peak has been unreal. I think that you're right in saying that if you had to start from scratch with a draft, let's say, and say which of the two guys, if you could start from zero, would you want to have for the next 6 years? Yeah, I agree. I think the answer would be Wu and Gilbert. I think that, but the biggest part of the job now for Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander is to test those conversation points and say, okay, who really does want to stay here, and then what's it going to cost, and how much can we leverage to this core. Sometimes we have seen teams, first and foremost, you got to be honest about what your window is, and then you almost look at what the Tigers have done with Scuba, where they've basically decided that, I mean, they're saying the right things, they're trying to sign him. I don't think they will. What they've done is tell me they're trying to win this year, and then they've got Framber Valdez under contract as the Scooble departure insurance, okay? So for me, this does feel like a very important spring to hopefully get one of them locked up, because otherwise you're either, the more you wait, the more expensive it's going to get, and also the closer you are to losing them for no return unless you trade them. So there's no question, and I think this also might, in some way, circle back to why we have seen perfect attendance for the most part from the Mariners rotation in terms of the guys that are potential extension candidates. They're all in camp. Doesn't surprise me, because I think that if you're going to negotiate some massive contract and you're off pitching for your country, and you're not there to have the conversation or to be there every day and put in the work, I do think that becomes a little more challenging. So that might be a little clue. It would not surprise me if one of those four, the homegrown group, signs before opening day. I think that you may be onto something, that perhaps Kirby would be open-minded to being back in the East Coast. But I think when you look at the particulars, Wu and Gilbert right now, they have the most value, and they're probably the ones that the Mariners would most like to keep in the fold long term.
Yep. If you were Jerry Dipoto or Justin Hollander looking at this team, and we're still early in spring training, we'll see how it plays out numbers-wise and everything with the young guys, with Cole Young and Colt Emerson. But Colt Emerson's gotten a nice run out there because J.P. Crawford's been out with a sore shoulder of some sort. He just played his first game, but just DHing, not playing in the field. He's also in the final year of his deal. What if you come out of spring going, Colt is just a better player right now? Would you have two young guys in the lineup potentially, or does JP bring that veteran element? He's the longest tenured Mariner on this team. He's a leader in that clubhouse. How much value do you put on that part of what he does versus what he maybe doesn't give you in the field?
Yeah, Bob, I think this is one of the most important questions the Mariners have to wrestle with in the coming weeks, because you laid it out there perfectly. J.P. Crawford has been one of the most dependable players during this era of the Mariners. A very popular player among the fans in the clubhouse. He still has, I think, a lot to offer. Obviously, the caveat being, if the shoulder's a problem, that's a real problem.
Right.
When you're into March and there is still some question about how your shortstop's throwing, objectively speaking, that's a concern. They may say it's not a concern, and they may downplay it, and I suppose they're entitled to do that. But opening day is in like 3 weeks, and if your shortstop wasn't really able to cut it loose and throw the ball until roughly now, that is a situation worth watching. And it may be a thing where you start him playing, and again, it's plausible here. Do you have Emerson start the year in the minor leagues? Possible. And then see how JP begins the season. If JP is not hitting like he usually hits, and if the defense is not what it should be and what it needs to be, then I think you very quickly put him on the IL and bring up Emerson and then just see how the situation goes. I think that given how important JP is to the room, how management handles this is very important. The respect they give to JP, deference to him to say, you've earned this for a long time. Major League Baseball, like a lot of things in sports, but especially Major League Baseball, is very seniority-based and hierarchical. And JP has earned the right to give himself the best chance to be healthy on opening day. And if it's not working, it'll probably become fairly obvious fairly quickly. and then you can make the Emerson move. Emerson, there's no doubt in my mind that Emerson will start games at shortstop for this team this season. It's just a question of when and how. And it is important that the how is handled the right way. Everybody knows this. Dan Wilson knows this. Jerry DePoto knows this. Hollander knows this. I'm not breaking any news to them. But I think I would just caution Mariner fans to be patient. If Emerson is hitting like 590 at the end of spring training and he's sent down, trust me, they're not going to forget about him, okay? Like, this is just, there's a certain protocol of how things have to be handled in this game. And again, one game can cost you here or there, but also handling your players the right way also matters.
Yeah.
And I think that is something that will need to occur, however they do this, but because of the respect, because of the talent with Emerson, he's a huge part of the future. No one's denying that. He's going to get some at-bats this year, a lot of them, I think. It's just a matter of how it all plays out, and I think that this will be one of those situations where your eyes will tell you. Watch JP's throws, watch his at-bats. Is he able to play back-to-back games? Is he able to play in the field back-to-back games, 3 games in a row? If he can't play all the time, then Emerson probably needs to be on the team, because the job of the everyday shortstop is to play the position every day.
Yeah.
And if he can't do that, then it's a separate conversation.
Great point.
John, well put. Yeah, good stuff there as always. We appreciate you, my friend. Have a great rest of your week, and we'll talk again next week.
We'll be talking next week, mid-classic, I believe. It'll be on the off night after pool play and before the quarterfinals or semifinals. So we're going to have a lot to discuss by then. Again, everybody, tomorrow night it gets underway. Taiwan, Australia, let's have some fun.
Good stuff. John, we appreciate you, man.
You got it. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
There you go. There's Jon Morosi with us each and every week. If you guys missed any part of that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, there was news today that will affect the Seahawks in their contract negotiations with Ken Walker. We'll tell you what that's about coming up next with Wyman and Bob. It's Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk at Mariners spring training.
With Julio Rodriguez, who sits down with us right now. How long did that loss, that linger for a day, a week, a month?
So once you get a taste of like that, what an actual playoff is, and you experience it as a team, I feel like you just get addicted to it. That gets addicting, at least for me, and like being able to be so close to something so special as a group, I think it really made this team hungry.
Catch every one of Brock and Salk's interviews from Mariners spring training on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Well, you've certainly heard Dave and I talking about our injuries, surgeries, things like that. And I got to tell you, I was in pretty constant pain with my hip issue after 14 years of jiu-jitsu and sparring. I had a lot of damage there. I had a torn labrum, frayed tendon. I was developing arthritis. The bursa sac was inflamed. I was getting steroid shots. I thought I was looking at surgery until I went to go see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. I'd heard all the testimonials, heard Dave talking about their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. So I went in there. He took a look at my imaging and said, I can help you. And boy, did he ever. It's a night and day situation for me. Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience performing more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. So people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone-on-bone, are back to doing what they enjoy doing without pain and without surgery. So whether it's a shoulder, a hip like I had, an elbow, knee, whatever it is, before choosing surgery, do what I did. Go see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Discover the ultimate diamond buying experience. Unparalleled quality at unbeatable prices.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave of Cantor Diamond. At our by appointment office, you'll receive truly personalized one-on-one service to your needs.
No high overhead of standalone stores or mall hours to pay for. We're direct diamond importers designing and manufacturing in-house, eliminating all the middlemen.
Stop overpaying at retail and enjoy serious savings on quality diamonds.
From the first consult to the final reveal, we guide you through every step, ensuring you get your dream diamond ring, necklace, or earrings without compromise.
Romantic proposals, anniversary splurges, or just because. Indulge in diamonds for less.
Call today for your private appointment for a dazzling diamond.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at Kantor Diamond.
Big Trees provides professional tree transplant services, helping you keep the trees you love right where they belong. Don't let construction, remodeling, or changing landscapes cause a headache. Big Trees moves your cherished trees safely so you can keep those memories growing strong. With decades of experience, Big Trees knows how to move trees safely and successfully. Up, and away, get your tree transplanted today. See more of their transplanting process at bigtreesupply.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your card can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel welcomes Seattle Golf Show March 13th through 15th at Puyallups Washington State Fair Event Center. Parking's free. Get front door bonus golf, see 100 exhibits, top courses, and shop big brands with Putts Golf. Tickets, seattlegolfshow.com.
Don't miss the John Schneider Show, presented by Silver City Brewery.
I truly believe defense wins championships.
Thursdays at 4, only on Seattle Sports.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and $250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks once again to Jon Morosi, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys just tuned in and missed that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, click on our picture, and it'll be right there waiting for you. You can click subscribe. It's totally free. That's the best price. And then it just shows up for you every day. So if you forget about the show, you get busy, it just shows up for you. You don't have to remember anything. It's beautiful. Take something off your plate. Right, Dave?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I'm all over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Meanwhile, we saw some moves being made. Obviously, the league year starts, and there are moves that need to be made with tagging today in the NFL, whether you're going to put a franchise tag, transition tag, what have you. Jets put the franchise tag on Breece Hall in the hopes of working out a deal with him. But that number is, if he were to play under that franchise tag, $14.293 million. Mm-hmm. So that's more importantly, what that is a running back who's off the market, who's not available, as it were. So that makes Ken Walker, I would think, that much more attractive out there because your choices are now limited by one very good running back in Breece Hall. Mm-hmm. If you're a team that's out there looking for an experienced running back, and Ken Walker is certainly that, if that's the number, and we'll see what Breece Hall ends up signing for, I don't see the Seahawks paying him $14 a year.
Gosh. I don't know why. I just do.
Really?
Yeah, because I just don't think $14 million is that much.
I think if they didn't have all this other stuff sitting, I mean, most specifically JSN, who's saying I need to be I deserve to be the highest paid receiver in the league, and then Witherspoon, I'm not sure what his expectations are, but those are two big contracts, and that doesn't even account for the free agents.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. I just, in general, think that it's not that much to pay for a guy who was the Super Bowl MVP and really made that run game go. I started off the season thinking that Zach Charbonnet was the better back, honestly. Yeah. And, and then there were some times, there were some kind of down times where, like, was it the Colt game where they didn't run the ball very well?
Yeah, 50 yards.
Yeah. So, and a couple of those, but man, just down the stretch, K9 was so valuable.
Oh, he was huge.
And, and the other thing is he stayed healthy. And, I just thought he got to a point where I don't think he's going to digress from there. I don't, or regress, I guess, where he's going to, go back to step one, because a lot of times you'll see that in running backs that, it's just like if something doesn't make sense to him, I'm assuming that we're going to have a pretty similar type of run game. And, and I just in general, I always kind of stand up for the running backs, and maybe this doesn't make sense because you're right. You do have to, pay JSN, and, you've got a lot of free agents, and, how are you going to get them paid? But I don't know, $14 million just does not seem like that much to me for a guy like Kenneth Walker.
Well, Ian Rappaport was on NFL Network, and he was talking about just running backs in general and how he feels they're set to make big money this offseason.
Almost never, it feels like, do we have this many good, productive, young running backs who are set to make some money. And the Javonte Williams deal really set it up to where it feels like $8 million plus is probably the market here. For instance, if David Montgomery gets a new deal, I would imagine he kind of comes in around there. You have teams like Denver Broncos, Seattle if they lose Ken Walker, perhaps the Kansas City Chiefs, perhaps the Jacksonville Jaguars. You have several teams that need a running back and want to go into the draft saying, we don't have a gaping hole. These guys are going to get paid in a way that we haven't seen in some time. And at the least, Mike, we're going to rebuild the running back market probably where it should be.
Yeah, Javonte Williams with the Cowboys, $8 million. It's maybe that will be a trend.
I mean, if that's the number, I'm in.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
I want K9 back. I love the guy.
Yeah,
I love K9, but I just keep thinking about the two young guys, Spoon and JSN, both up for extensions that are not going to be cheap. I'm looking down the road just a bit with Sam Darnold, assuming he has another good year, you're going to have to pay him. And then, okay, now how about Kobe Bryant? Now how about, do you want Reek Woolen back? Do you want, this group of free agents you've got here? Mm-hmm. I know they're in decent shape right now, salary cap wise. We had Michael Ginnitti on from Spot Track, and he's got him at number 6 in terms of space available. And by the way, he also, we spoke to him earlier. If you guys missed that conversation, it'll be on the podcast page at seattlesports.com. But he outlined what he thought a potential contract range would be for K9.
This running back position is kind of a cat and mouse, right? If some years they kind of see it rise with the tides, and I think we'll see some of that with Jamar Gibbs and Bijan Robinson's extensions this year. But, generally speaking, these players that hit free agency, it's not, a blow you away type situation, which is probably good news for Seattle in terms of thinking about retaining them. And we'll see what that number looks like. Most of these market valuations are coming in at or around what Javonte Williams just signed in Dallas, which is around that $8 million, $9 million, maybe even $10 million max. And that I think becomes amplified with Breece Hall now off this open market and on a franchise tag. So that's sort of the going rate. Any higher than that, and you're talking James Cook, you're talking Kyron Williams last year, and I think those are a step above, a tier above where Kenneth Walker has been from a statistical standpoint.
So he's kind of got him in the $9 million range as well.
Yeah, Kyren Williams, 11, I believe, is the average per year for him. So, I don't know. Would you pay Kyren Williams more than you would pay K9?
I think overall he's been more productive, is he not?
Yeah, I'm sure. But I don't know. Just what he did and what he meant to that offense last year, I just thought was incredible. So, and if it's anywhere near what they, they asked him to stick with it, and he did. And he did pick up 16 yards on 3rd and 15. I mean, there were just so many clutch moments for him. And, I feel like it clicked for him at the end. And so I would just love to see them keep rolling with him. But, yeah, it's just going to depend on what do you put any credence into the little joke that Schneider made at the, before the parade where he's like, oh, yeah, he kind of joked around about it. And I feel like if they were like button heads and, it was a big problem that he wouldn't have made that joke.
Well, but we asked him about it. Remember, we asked him about it last week. He goes, I panicked.
Yeah.
He was like comparing himself to Ricky Bobby going, I don't know what to do with my hands. Yeah. So I don't know. Was there something behind? I tend to agree with you and say, I don't know that he let something like that slip out if they were in a contentious situation and, everybody's digging their heels in. I don't know that he throws that out there. So I think even if he was a panic moment or whatever he said, that it comes from somewhere. And I think he must feel pretty good about at least the dialogue to that point. It doesn't mean it results in a long-term deal, but yeah, I tend to agree with that. Meanwhile, this quarterback free agent class is underwhelming, to say the least, but our team's waiting on a potential big-name quarterback to become available next offseason. We'll hear about that when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob, it's Seattle Sports on 710.
Having one of those days where a little of this would make things so much better?
Fastball, strike 3 called. He got him looking. How about that for a Cactus League debut? Cade Anderson striking out the side.
We got you. You can stream every Mariners spring training game live for free on the Seattle Sports app. Making lives better through Mariners baseball, one
goodbye baseball
at a time. Home of your American League West champion Mariners.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Hold on tight. We've got prizes so big, they'll make your head spin. Win up to $10,000 in cash every Saturday night in March at Silver Reef. With 2 new winners drawn every hour from 6:30 to 11:30, you're sure to have luck on your side. Claim 1 free Spin to Win entry every day. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season first tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Sunday, March 8th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels. There's room for almost every ball player, from ex-little leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
Don't miss Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League Baseball.
This could be two. JP has it, goes to the bag, steps on second, fires to first, double play.
Broadcast times at seattlesports.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jackson Hewitt handles your taxes and your stress. Inhale our no surprise price of $149 or less. Exhale, paying more for complicated taxes. You won't. Inhale new tax law knowledge. Exhale, missing out on your biggest refund? Certainly not. Don't miss paying $149 or less. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
We've been talking a lot today about Jon Morosi's favorite topic, the World Baseball Classic. We started the show by watching Team USA beat up on the Giants and played some cuts from Cal Raleigh as well. He was also talking yesterday on MLB Network about just that feeling. We saw the lineup. It was absolutely stacked. Just the feeling he had when he walked into the clubhouse and saw all these guys assembled for the first time.
Just kind of in awe walking that locker room with that many good players in one place and guys I grew up watching. And it's kind of weird that we're all on the same team, but in a way it's really cool and really special and really excited.
He called it a locker room. I've been told by really smart people on the text line that you don't know ball when you say that.
I didn't even notice that. Yeah.
It's weird that Cal doesn't know ball.
Why is it that the younger generation is going back to locker room? Maybe it's more like well-rounded athletes. You know?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a pet peeve for some on the text line because I don't know if you said it at one point, I said it at one point, and it's a clubhouse, not a locker room. How do you guys have this job? Well, we should ask Cal. How do you have a job in Major League Baseball?
Yeah.
You don't know it's a clubhouse.
He doesn't know ball, clearly. Well, you can tell the excitement in his voice, man. I don't know if that's a compliment, though, when he's like, yeah, these are guys I grew up watching. I remember when I was in the 7th grade and watched you, you know. I don't know if that's...
I think he's talking about Clayton Kershaw.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it just... One of those things is... We talked about this earlier that, like with the the home run derby. I mean, it was just a big deal for him. He was just excited, and you can tell, like in his voice, that like there's no way he wasn't going to play in this.
Yeah.
Sweeping the dial.
We heard yesterday about maybe a couple of potential landing spots for Geno Smith this offseason. Well, today ESPN's Bill Barnwell made a more definitive statement about where he thinks Geno will end up next year.
I think Geno Smith, that's been kind of the hot rumor at the Combine over the past few days. The price is going to be right. Raiders are going to have to eat some of that money. And he didn't play well last year in that offense, but I think the offensive line was generous to opposing pass rushers. The receiving talent, they traded Jacoby Myers in midseason. Brock Bowers was hurt for most of the year. They look great against the Patriots week 1. That offense looked good until Brock Bowers got hurt. The Vikings want to add a quarterback who is just good enough to push J.J. McCarthy and to start if J.J. McCarthy's not going to be the guy, but not so good that the Vikings can't give J.J. McCarthy an opportunity to win that job.
So he's sounds like in competition, sort of, but not really. They want him to be the backup because that would mean J.J. McCarthy secured that job. And I don't know if Geno is still of the belief, hey, I'm a starter in this league. I'm not going somewhere to be a backup. I'm not sure what his mentality is right now. But I did like his line about how their O-line was generous to opposing defenses.
55 sacks, man. And I don't
see
know.
Geno be accepting a backup role?
No, I don't. I think he believes in himself, which is a good thing, no question about it. But we talked about this yesterday a little bit. That is he the best guy to bring, a guy along?
On the surface, it doesn't feel like it. Maybe he'd be different behind closed doors. I just don't know where he's at with his. He obviously believes in himself, and I'm certain he's looking at that same thing going, man, I played behind a horrible O-line last year, and this guy was hurt, and that guy was hurt, and this, it's not all his fault. That's a fair statement, but I don't know. It's just how accepting is he of how he's perceived in this league, his position in this league, which it feels like is getting back to being a backup.
I don't know. For Geno to have that kind of attitude, I don't know that that's wrong. That he's not going to be the guy to help somebody. And to Moyer's point, he would always joke around about
actively getting in the way of their success.
Yeah, and what is it with a quarterback that is that way? It's kind of like you gave up, and you don't want. You don't really want that. And that's the thing about Geno. And I've asked around, the Seahawks, I'm like, is he like, I don't want to say a bad guy, but was, he wasn't very friendly.
Right.
And outgoing and seemed like one of those guys that always had his headphones on, but he's trying to start in the NFL. And that's, he has a dream too. So is that necessarily a bad thing?
I don't know. We've heard it before, though, right? We heard it as recently as, was it Joe Flacco came out and said something along the lines of, hey, it's not my job to teach so-and-so how to play quarterback. And I know Brett Favre kind of had that attitude a bit with Aaron Rodgers. And there was somebody else as well that was fairly high profile that was basically saying, look, I'm not a quarterback coach. It's not my job to do this. But so it wouldn't be unique if Geno did have that sort of reaction to it.
Sweeping the dial.
Yeah, we know this quarterback class is not the greatest, this free agent class, or the potential quarterbacks like Kyler Murray that are now available. But one guy next year could be pretty appealing. Adam Schefter this morning on ESPN Radio says that if things don't go well with the Bengals this season, Joe Burrow might try to force his way out of Cincinnati.
I expect Joe Burrow to be in Cincinnati, and then I think this year becomes a referendum on what he wants to do after this year. I think it's a year by year. I think if he's happy in Cincinnati, all is good. I think if there's another rocky year and there's more losing, all options are on the table.
Yeah, if you're a team out there just sort of biding your time with a Geno Smith for maybe on a 1-year deal, or maybe Kyler Murray on a 1-year deal, let's hope the Bengals stink and Joe Burrow's available. Because imagine him with a good. I mean, you've seen him when the Bengals were good. You saw where they got to. Now he's got to stay healthy. That's been part of his problem, is being available. But when he's healthy, he's a very good quarterback. So see a team out there just sort of bridging the gap on this upcoming season, going like a Raiders team, but they're going to invest in Mendoza, obviously. But maybe somebody else who's quarterback needy going, all right, let's just ride this year out and hope Burrow's available and full court press on getting him out here.
Yeah, he's a 3-time Pro Bowler, and you look at he led the league his second year. Coming off that injury. I think his rookie year he got hurt somewhere like middle of the season, a little bit later than that, I think against the Commanders. But I kind of changed my opinion of him a little bit just because, he had that one fatal interview where he's talking about how he's not having fun anymore.
Yeah.
And he doesn't.
Everybody thought he was going to retire.
Yeah. And, he just kind of is that attitude switch. Maybe that's just being a Cincinnati Bengal.
Gets to you.
It's just not a great, franchise there. I think they're seen as maybe bottom 5 or 10 down there with the Jets and the Cardinals.
Yeah. All right. We'll see how this guy feels about the WBC and everything else happening in the world of sports. El Hombre, Michael Bradley, is going to join us next year with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
9 out of 10 experts agree wearing earbuds at work is the universal signal for leave me alone. So grab the earbuds, pull up the Seattle Sports app, and trade that annoying coworker's endless yapping for this.
He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring.
Listen to every Mariners spring training game live for free, only on the Seattle Sports app. Improving lives through Mariners baseball, one
sparkling play by Josh Naylor
at a time.
Hey, Brock Ewert here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Spring, well, it's the perfect time to start planning your dream deck. And right now, PCF is making it easier than ever to get you started with 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. What does it mean? Well, it means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. Most people who start with a design package end up with the outdoor space they've always dreamed of. And this offer is your first step. Don't wait until summer and wish you had started the process sooner. Start it now. Do what Molly and I did some years ago. Contact PCF Construction Group today. Get project ideas, browse photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. Go see my friends at PCFgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First.
High five. Up top.
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with 0 investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Indianapolis Colts have placed the seldom used transition tag on Daniel Jones. The tag guarantees the Colts the right of first refusal for Jones, preserving the right to match any competing offer sheet he might sign with an interested club. So that news comes ahead of Tuesday's deadline to assess franchise or transition tags on players who are scheduled to hit free agency next week. Now, if Jones does not sign a competing offer sheet, he would earn a one-year guaranteed salary of $37.833 million. Meanwhile, veteran center Drew Dahlman has told the Chicago Bears he's done. He's retiring from the NFL at the age of 27, ending his pro career after 5 seasons.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
Yeah, you know what you can get me, Pee-wee?
What?
El Hombre.
That was a catastrophe.
I know.
That's a new low.
Yeah.
Roz is better.
El Hombre.
The natural meets Rudy meets. I don't even know how to describe it.
El Hombre.
It is that time, everybody. Every Tuesday at 5 p.m., this man can be found right here with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He's the one, the only El Hombre. Michael Bradley is here. How are you, man?
What's happening, party people?
How are you feeling about the WBC? Are you a guy that's excited about that? Do you care? Or are you just like, just get me to the regular season? Where are you at?
Well, I'm going to be down in Clearwater over the break, over the rest of this week. Probably going to see a Phillies game. And then I'm looking forward to March 26th. I may watch some of the WBC, probably not a lot of it. As I've told you guys on this program many times before, I don't watch a lot of baseball that doesn't involve the Philadelphia Phillies.
That sounds like me, kind of. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, it seems like it really means a lot to the players. We were talking about Cal Raleigh, and he's pretty fired up for it, and he's one of those guys that's kind of up for everything. Like when the home run derby, there was this video of him, as a little kid talking about winning the home run derby, and he just seems like he's enjoying it all. But there's all the hand-wringing going on about, what if they get hurt? It doesn't seem like it's very likely, but do you hear that same thing in Philly?
It's mostly the pitchers. You've got, anything can happen. Now, these guys aren't going to throw more than 3 or 4 or 5 innings, maybe 5 at a time. There's pitch limits and inning limits and all of that. I think I saw where Scooble's pitching against Great Britain. He's going to throw like 2 or 3 innings, and that's it. And, I mean, in Great Britain, let's face it, what do they know about baseball? So, seriously, I mean, do they even know what to do? So, he's going to go out there and roll it up there, and they'll probably swing and miss. So,
what, are they going to go up there with, like, cricket bats or something?
They're going to be looking at the bat going, what is this?
Cricket bats or, and they're going to be, like, drinking tea in between innings or whatever, and, jolly good. So, I mean, I really don't think that's much of a challenge. Will they know which way to run? They run the third base.
They'll run the third.
Yeah. So they drive on the wrong side of the road. All that stuff. So,
that's right.
That's a good strategy by the U.S. Use your the best pitcher in baseball against the worst baseball team. They couldn't find, some, Central Asian country that never played baseball before, Kazakhstan or one of them, and said, hey, why don't you pitch against them? Scoob, throw about 60-mile-an-hour pitches and you'll be fine.
Do they even know what to do?
You do make a good case for them running to third first.
That'd be funny.
They do drive on the wrong side of the road. So.
Exactly. So, look, I just finished writing a history of the WBC for the Colorado Rockies yearbook for some reason. I think it's because they are in the I guess they're hosting games. I don't know. But it was fun to, revisit all of this and watch how dominant Japan has been over the course of this thing, having won 3 of the championships. So it'll be interesting to see how they do. If you'll remember in the last one, we had that great showdown between Ohtani and Trout.
Yeah.
With 2 outs in the 9th that Ohtani won on threw a sweeper past them for the 3rd strike. So, there's a possibility for some great matchups. But again, am I going to sit down and watch Cuba play, Italy? Unlikely.
Yeah. Are there many Phillies that are participating? I believe the Mariners have the second most players representing their organization in the WBC.
We got Schwarber and Harper playing. I know Aaron Nola's playing for Italy, so they don't have a chance. And I think Taiwan Walker's pitching for somebody.
Yeah,
so
Mexico.
They're in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah,
Mexico.
They're in trouble.
About them. I think we got 4 or 5. I don't know if Trey Turner's playing. He was the hero a couple of years ago. I think his last World Baseball Classic had 5 home runs, and we may have 4 or 5 playing. It's a bummer. I'll get down and I'm not going to see a lot of the guys that I want to see when I go to spring training. But I mean, let's face it, if you go to spring training for anything other than 85-degree temperatures and cold beer, you're really deluding yourself.
Well, you have your priorities straight there, and we meant to ask this of Morosi, and I'm not sure if you know, Michael, but like I was looking at the Netherlands team, and there was one guy named Lars, but I'm like, what are the stipulations for? I wonder, like, they're able to field a team? I mean, are there really that many baseball players from the Netherlands, or is it maybe you look at your family tree, or what?
Well, first of all, there better not be any drug testing because, I mean, let's face it. I mean, if there any of them are from Amsterdam, they're probably, who knows what's in the clubhouse, on the clubhouse spread. I don't know. For instance, Nola is pitching for Italy. Now, how far back does his genealogy go? I mean, he's from Louisiana. I don't know a lot of Italians that settled in Louisiana, even though it ends in an A. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what it takes. I would imagine if you're sort of a lesser – I mean, a guy named Lars Nootbaar played for Japan one year.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't exactly sound like Hideki Matsui or something,
Right.
So I don't know what percentage you got to be, or do you get dual citizenship or something like that. But look, it's fun. Nobody really is going to take it that seriously. If the U.S. doesn't win, it's like, oh no. When we lose Olympic basketball, that's a big deal. If they ever had a World Football Classic and we didn't win that would be a problem.
Well, I knew Lefko, said that it's also if your name sounds like Italian, because we have Canzone and Mastrobuoni, and that's the reason why they're on Italy. Other than that, I don't think they have any.
Sounds like sound logic.
Any other? No, I'm joking. I didn't really think
Cal
that.
Raleigh is now spelling his name Roli. I don't think he's going to play for Italy. So I mean, it's fun. The one thing that is always, you look at the World Cup. England's won it once, 1966. And I remember watching a video one time. There was like a soccer roundtable, and there was a German and an Englishman on there with a host. And the German took a shot at the Englishman. He said, what does it feel like for your nation that invented this sport only to have won the World Cup one time, and only one win? And the Englishman looked at him and said, what is it like for your country to be 0-2 in the sport you invented, meaning world wars? So it was a great comeback.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah.
They tried to take over the world twice. Yeah.
Speaking of the Netherlands, they do have players that are native to Curacao, which would be Jerkson Profar, who's no longer eligible because he got busted for performance-enhancing drugs for the second time in a year. Second time. So he's facing a full year ban, 162-game ban. He's got to forfeit his $15 million salary. He's not eligible for the postseason. He's not eligible for the World Baseball Classic, where he was to represent the Netherlands. I mean, you got to be a championship-level dimwit to get caught, not once but twice these days.
How did he know that Nanodrone was in horse nostril hairs, which is a supplement he was taking to get bigger and stronger? We'll come out. I can't wait to hear the excuse. The excuse is always really good.
Yeah.
Right? An agent really sits back with a whole marketing team and says, how are we going to come up with this one? So, and look, I was talking to somebody who's a part owner of the Phillies, and they said there is a hotline where you can take a picture of the ingredients of whatever you want to take and send it. And within like a half hour, they'll say yes or no. So if you get caught, it has nothing to do with what you're taking. It has to do with, some ingredient buried deep in the supplement that you're taking. You're just trying to cheat. And, he's gotten caught twice, and this is not going to go well, obviously this year, but his career. I mean, why would you sign somebody like that and say, okay, we're going to give you a roster spot, and then say, oh crap, he can't play for us?
Hey, I wonder, somebody just got a little bit salty with me about Sam Darnold. And, we were talking about, he had that NFC championship game that was, it was phenomenal. I mean, he throws 3 touchdowns, over 360 yards. Then, he has a not so great performance. It's not that it wasn't great. It was just that, he didn't light up the scoreboard in the Super Bowl, but he didn't need to.
Didn't have to.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, do you, in your mind, is there still something and we're talking about paying a guy $55 million. Are you there yet with Sam Darnold, or where do you sort of rank him?
That's the going rate for quarterbacks, right?
Yeah.
Good ones. Kyler Murray just got cut, and he's getting $45 million a year, and he doesn't do anything, right? I mean, he's played like 48 of the last 64 games or 68 games that the Cardinals have played. He's about to get cut. How much are they going to pay Danny Dimes in Indianapolis?
Well, they want to work out a deal, but it'll be 37.8 if they don't come to an agreement.
Yeah, what does he want? So, yeah, you win a Super Bowl. You know what's funny? Again, and I've said this to you a million times before, when we talk about is a team going to get honored this way, or MVP, or on the cover of Sports Illustrated, or how many national games? Just win the last game. Win the last game, and that's what Sam Darnold did. Now he's going to get paid, and if you give him a hard time, you say, well, who do you want? Here's a list of all the guys who haven't won a Super Bowl that are in the NFL. People don't talk enough about Terry Bradshaw. All right, now granted, he had 4,000 Hall of Famers around him, and all he had to do was kind of throw the ball up, and either Stallworth or Lynn Swann was going to go get it. But the guy won 4 Super Bowls. He brought the team to 4 Super Bowls. Talk to somebody from Pittsburgh about what life was like in the 70s and into the early 1980s when you had him at quarterback. I'll take that any day of the week, and I'll pay whatever it takes to get me all of those championships.
Yeah, it was amazing. He did it by barely completing over 50% of his passes, too. It's just pretty amazing.
By the way, the first several years of his career, he was a catastrophe. They started Jefferson Street Joe Gilliam ahead of him in the 74 season, and they ended up winning. And then they ended up winning the Super Bowl. He said that Chuck Noll was never nice to him.
Yeah.
So, this is a guy who had a hell of a crazy career, and he's got 4 rings.
Yeah, it's different time, as Dave just said. But, hey, I'm curious. You brought up Kyler Murray. He's going to be released. We're not sure what's going to happen with Geno Smith if he remains in Vegas as sort of the bridge to Mendoza, or what happens there. But rumors he could go to the Vikings. But it's just a bad crop of draft picks as far as quarterbacks go, or free agents, potential free agents. It's not a good crop. Who would be your pick? I mean, you got people like Kirk Cousins, Garoppolo, Malik Willis, Geno presumably, Kyler Murray. Who would be your guy? If you're a quarterback needy team, which of those guys do you think, all right, well, this guy gives me the best chance to win, at least this season?
Well, my son said something to me on Saturday that boggled my entire mind, which was that Malik Willis is going to get like a $35 million a year contract.
I don't think your son is correct.
All right, well, he seemed to see something that he's going to get signed early in free agency. I'd take Kirk Cousins. Kyler Murray, to me, is a runaround guy, and he's injury prone. He played 5 games last year. He played 8 games a year before, or 2 years before. He played 11 games the year before that. So I don't think, the problem with guys like that is once they get hurt and once they get older, they stop running as much. And then for him, as an undersized guy, you can't just have him drop back. Wills, forget it. Garoppolo, you got to be kidding me. So, I mean, to me, it's Kirk Cousins who will then become an even richer man, which is astounding. But it's a poor crop, and, somebody's going to have to pay up for a quarterback who's not very good.
Yeah, we were just talking about backup quarterbacks and Geno Smith, and and I was saying, well, I don't know that he would be the best guy for Mendoza just because he's a competitor and he wants to be the starter, and I think we're kind of talking about Geno negatively, but I mean, if you're a competitor, that's what you want. You don't want a guy to sit there and go, well, I'm just the backup, so I'm going to help the young guy as much as I possibly can. I mean, I don't know. That's the one I think position group that's kind of corrupt in the NFL, that they expect you to be, this great supporting guy when isn't everybody's dream to be the starter?
Sure it is, but Geno Smith's 35 years old. All right, and he's going to turn 36 in the middle of the season. It's not like he's going to be Tom Brady and play till he's 42. And last year he had a 2-13 record. The Raiders stink. The best thing the Raiders could do is keep someone like him around, let him play the first 8 or 9 games while Mendoza learns what's going on. You're going to take a guy who's the number one overall pick, and you're going to throw him into that mess right away? Do you not want him to succeed? when the Eagles drafted Donovan McNabb, who gets a ton of hell in this town for what he did, right? They brought in Doug Peterson from the Packers, who was a backup with the Packers, to be the starter. And they basically said, we're going to stink. It's Andy Reid's first year, so I'm going to bring a guy in who knows my offense. And then at the end of the year, I'm going to let McNabb start to play. Give him 4 months to learn what's happening. The best thing that could happen to Mendoza. I know he's going to be the number one, the top pick overall. I get it. But, not only is he not going to be ready from day one, but he's playing for the Raiders, who stink. You could crush him right away. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Is where does Kyler Murray end up? Is he a guy you think could be a reclamation project, or is he just attitude? I mean, he's got athletic ability. We've all seen it, but I just don't think he's a leader. But I don't know. Do you think change of scenery helps a guy like him, or is he just going to be a guy that goes to the Jets and stinks out there and nobody gets better?
I mean, he should go to the Oakland A's. Okay.
Yeah, that's who drafted him.
That's what he should do. He was a baseball player. He'll end up with a bad team. He'll end up, no team that needs a quarterback right now is a good team necessarily. I mean, the Browns have 5 bad quarterbacks. The Jets don't have a quarterback. Who else doesn't have? The Vikings are in trouble. J.J. McCarthy, it looks like he doesn't know they don't know what the hell they're going to do with him. The league is loaded with bad quarterbacks and bad teams. So, Kyler Murray will get picked up by somebody. The Jets might grab him. The Browns might grab him, and he'll run around and throw for some touchdowns and create some highlights, and the team will still stink, and he'll have, 4 or 5 more years in the league.
Hey, we got college basketball on right now, and what is it, North Carolina and Tennessee or something? But Clemson. Yeah. So, I mean, is it still? I haven't really paid that much attention to college basketball just because it seems like all five guys are different year to year. Is that kind of the trend that's prominent right now?
It's the trend, but to me that's a cop out, right? What are you going to tell me that before that you could sit down and name everybody on Florida's starting five? Please. So, I root for the team. I go year to year who's on the team. And the days of Indiana starting the same five guys for 3 years and losing like one total game, they're over.
Yeah.
Right now, watch every game that Duke is playing. They're really good. Watch every game you can that has Arizona in it. They're really good. Those are my two teams right now. If you said who's going to play for the national championship, Duke and Arizona. This year, do not go looking for sleepers. All right, this is going to be chalky, chalk. You're going to see out of the following teams that I named, 4 of them are going to end up in the Final Four. It's Duke, Arizona, Michigan, Connecticut, Florida, Iowa State, and there may be one other that gets in there. But those are the 6. And maybe a 4 seed jumps up. But Arizona and Duke are really good. Michigan is good, very good. Connecticut's dangerous as hell. And if Florida hits some outside shots, they're so big inside, they could be a real problem.
You like your Michigan Wolverines to be in the thick of it, huh?
Well, I mean, they're 27-2. Yeah, they're going to be in the thick of it. But the problem is their top backup guard just tore his ACL, so their bench has just gotten shorter. And they, when they played against Duke, they shot 6 of 25 from three-point range and got out-rebounded and got hammered on. Duke pulled down a lot of offensive rebounds. They looked tougher. So to me, they have a chance at the Final Four, but I think they top out at the Elite Eight. If you're going to say right now, gun to my head, what's the Final Four, not knowing what the seedings are, Duke, Arizona, Florida, and Connecticut.
Hey, are you of the thinking that running backs get screwed in the NFL? Now, yours didn't, but it just seems like we're talking about Ken Walker because Saquon Barkley is making an average of $20 million a year. That seems right to me. But a guy that's a NFL or Super Bowl MVP anyway, they're talking about him maybe $8 to $10 million. I don't know. That transition, it used to be the running back was like the most important player, and now obviously it's the quarterback and it's the receivers. But I don't know. It just seems off to me of any position.
Look, here's the thing. The running back position, like safety, like offensive guard, is devalued in the league in terms of salary because we need left and right tackles to protect the quarterback. Cornerbacks have to be able to match up against the wide receivers, and it's a passing league, right? And they're going to try to do whatever they can, I think, moving forward to make it an even more passing league because this past year wasn't so great. So to me, running backs, you don't have a 25 carry a game guy anymore. You're not going to see anybody carrying a ball 400 times. That just doesn't happen. Teams don't say we're going to go out there and establish a run and keep establishing a run and try to get as many yards on the ground as we can. You go back to the 70s and the 80s. They rushed for 262 yards. When somebody rushes for 262 yards, it's because they broke 3 70-yard runs, right? So that's why that happens now. It's no longer a running back game. So and they don't last that long. So if you're going to pay a guy who's been in the league 3 or 4 years for 3 or 4 more years, you're running the risk that 2 years into that contract, he's no longer effective.
You're right. You're 100% right. He is El Hombre, Michael Bradley, with us. He likes to hear when he's right, too.
Of course he
Those
is.
are the 2 sexiest words in the English language. If a woman says that to a man, it's the sexiest thing she can say.
You're right. You find him here every Tuesday at 5 o'clock, and you can find him on Twitter at Daily Hombre, at Daily Hombre. Michael, we appreciate it. Have a great rest of your week, and we'll talk again next week.
So long, suckers.
There he goes, everybody. you didn't catch all of that conversation, tuned in the middle of it, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that. You'll find everything you missed waiting for you right there, and you can click subscribe. It's totally free, and then it just shows up for you. Don't even have to remember. So he's getting ready for his trip down south to wear short pants.
That's right.
Wear his short pants.
It
out
sounds
there
like
spring
he's
training.
just interested in sunshine and beer. That's it.
I'd say that's pretty much it. Yeah. Watch a little baseball, but yeah, I don't think he's going to be nearly as invested as he is in the regular season when he's predicting a 162-0 record for the Phillies. So we'll see what they do out there. But yeah, good time to be had by all at spring training. Meanwhile, there are big names who are now officially free agents, but could any of them be options for the Seahawks? We'll get into that next. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
Brock and Salk on the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal Raleigh, how do you handle the knowledge that you guys are one of the best teams in the league right now?
This isn't a fun, cute story anymore. This is who we want to be. And if you want to get here and you want to do this, you have to have those expectations. We're not really focused on, can we do it? Or the hope factor. No, we know that we're good enough.
Catch every one of Brock and Salk's interviews from Mariners spring training on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman for Swedish Cyberknife. For local men recently diagnosed with prostate cancer, several treatment options are available. I recently had the pleasure of speaking with Dr. Robert Meyer. He's a multiple-time recipient of the Seattle Top Doctor Award. We spoke about the great work being done by Swedish Cyberknife, and Dr. Meyer said patients experience fewer side effects compared with other treatments, and the Cyberknife treatment is complete after only 5 sessions, each lasting less than an hour. And patients are treating their prostate cancer in only 1 week with minimal interruption to their lives. And many don't even take time off work to undergo treatment. The Cyberknife targets the prostate cancer only, sparing vital neighboring organs. So Swedish Cyberknife, they've been offering the Cyberknife treatment in Seattle for over 10 years and treated over 1,000 prostate cancer patients, some of them listening right now. So if diagnosed with prostate cancer, learn more about Swedish Cyberknife for prostate cancer treatment at swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel welcomes Seattle Golf Show March 13th through 15th at Puyallups Washington State Fair Event Center. Parking's free. Get front door bonus golf, see 100 exhibits, top courses, and shop big brands with Putts Golf. Tickets, seattlegolfshow.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound.
Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Get broadcast times for every Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League broadcast.
Holy smokes, he does it again!
At seattlesports.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and they got some great entertainment coming through, like Hinder on April 4th, Pop 2000 Tour in August, and then, yes, Queensryche in October. All the info at snocasino.com. And while you're there, you got to check out the Falls Buffet, serving up all your favorites, prime rib every day, fresh pasta, delicious stir-fry, pizzas, salad bar, dessert bar, the pies made every day. It is Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
Everything that matters is at stake in a divorce. Your home, your savings, your children. For many of our clients, a divorce was unwanted. This is Rick Jones. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, our team of experienced attorneys handle every aspect of a divorce and custody case. When stakes are high, you need a lawyer you can trust. Husbands and fathers trust Goldberg Jones. Visit us at goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. That's goldbergjones.com.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug, and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
So we talked earlier in the show about the potential of the Seahawks making a big move. Right, it's considered by many to be a weak draft, specifically if you're looking for a quarterback, which the Seahawks at this point are not. But they don't have much to work with in the way of draft capital. The Seahawks have 4 picks; they're picking dead last. Would this be the year you would package up draft picks, assuming another team would be in favor of that in exchange for a proven commodity?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you look at every year. Schneider talks about this. There's 32 first-round picks, as he always says. No, there's not. There's, he's very strict about him and his staff. They're very strict about, naming a number of first-round quality players. And if those disappear and you're sitting there at 32, there's no reason to not trade out.
Yeah.
Trade back, basically. So, and it's funny because I know we're talking about Maxx Crosby, and I, in the beginning when that idea was floated, I was kind of like, do you really need that? But then I started watching Maxx Crosby, and I hadn't watched a lot of Raider stuff. He's phenomenal, and if you and you think it stands to reason that they're probably going to be Super Bowl contenders anyway for the next couple of years, if they can get, their whole salary cap thing figured out and get guys paid like Spoon and JSN. But, you've got some good young pieces like Nicky Manwari and Gray Zabel, and, you've got a pretty good offensive line right now. Like to see maybe some improvement at guard, maybe center. I would like to see Jalen Sundell just take that position and just run with it and make it his own. And, because it's been a while since we've had a steady center, but there's just not a lot that you really need, especially, in the draft. So, yeah, it just would stand to reason to me, and maybe a player as well. And I know that's what people have talked about, that maybe a couple of first rounders, again, probably going to be picked late, be picking late next year as well. And, maybe a player like Derek Hall has been mentioned. I just don't think the Raiders really need a guy like Maxx Crosby. And if you look at the way he can affect a game, it's phenomenal.
So there's Crosby, who's not a free agent, but by everybody's estimation could be available out there, depending. We don't know exactly. We're speculating what it would take to get him.
Yeah.
Right. We have no idea at this point. But he's a guy who is going to be paid. He counts $35 million against the cap this year.
Mm-hmm.
And then next year it's just about $30 million, 29.7, and then he's got a potential out after that.
Yeah.
So he's going to cost some money. And you
Right.
just talked about the contracts they've got coming up. Trey Hendrickson is out there as a free agent because he was not tagged by the Bengals, and he's available now. He's older. He just turned 31 in December, whereas Maxx Crosby is 28, and he'll be 29 in August. So he's got a couple years on him. And he was injured this past year, Trey Hendrickson was. But you look at his seasons previous to this year. He played in 7 games this year, 4 sacks.
Mm-hmm.
Year before, all 17. Year before, all 17. And in both of those seasons, 17 and a half sacks each.
Yeah. Back to back.
Yeah, back-to-back years. He's had a 21. He had 14 sacks. Year before that, he had 13 and a half. I mean, he's been a very productive player. But would he be more appealing because you're not giving up draft capital to get him? It's just you're signing him. Now, it could be, I don't know how much more money. Maybe it's not more money than what Crosby's getting. Maybe it's a little less. I don't know what he's going to command on the open market. But he's somebody you could go after and obtain without giving up any draft capital. But what financially, what are we looking at?
Yeah, now you're making the lineup longer as far as the guys you got to pay.
Yeah.
But same thing eventually with Maxx Crosby. So, he's also an interesting guy, but I don't know if I look at those two guys. I mean, if you're going to make a big swing, which you've put it that way before about the Seahawks. Now the Mariners are doing that.
Yeah.
But the Seahawks in the past and John Schneider have taken some big swings. And, if this is maybe a formula they think, if Mike McDonald looks at him and goes, this is how he fits, we're going to win a lot of games with this guy, it might be worth it, sacrificing, kind of kicking the can down the road that, if we can run this thing back, as the kids say, and, try to get as many guys signed as we need. I mean, certainly Spoon is a very, very much a priority. You might be looking at an improved defense, which is pretty hard to imagine.
Yeah, and especially with the uncertainty there, if these guys become more appealing or more realistic, I should say, because we don't know. I mean, I think we all assume Maffei's gone.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe they have a change of heart. I don't know. It's possible, but I don't feel like it. We don't know what's happening with D-Law. Is he going to retire? Is he not? That'd be helpful if he came back. I'd really like him to come back, but who knows?
I think Uchenna has like a $19 million hit.
He's got the 3rd biggest hit on the team. So I would think at minimum, maybe he's a candidate for a restructure. But again, we thought that, I think, going into last season, didn't we? And they didn't do anything with his contract.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's so your biggest cap hit coming into this season will be Sam Darnold, 37.9 is his cap hit. Leonard Williams is behind him at 29.6, and then behind him is Uchenna at 19.9.
Mm-hmm.
So feels like he'd be a candidate for that if they want to keep him on the roster to restructure that a bit. He's 30 years old, so he's in football years on the older side. But, again, he was one of 3 players on this team tied for the lead in sacks. They each had 7. I don't know.
He's scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and he has been very, if you look at the year that he got hurt a couple years ago, the defense was playing really well. And then when he got hurt, there was a drop-off. So he's just one of those guys that he's not super flashy, but, he's so powerful. I think he's like a step above. I think he's got more shake and pass rush than Derek Hall. Derek Hall is just a pure power guy. But Uchenna's got a little bit of flair, as far as being a pass rusher. And that catch he made, by the way, was really good. I mean, you talk about quick hands, getting his hand on that ball, and I couldn't tell if it was a fumble or what. And his mind works fast, man. And he's able to make that huge play. So yeah, I mean, I think he's one of those guys that kind of flies under the radar. As far as his importance to this team, talking about Uchenna. So, but yeah, to me, Boye Mafe, I just think it's a zero chance. Because if you go and look at the time when they wanted to trade him to, where he was reportedly, they wanted to trade him to the end of the year, there wasn't really that big of an uptick. So I think how could that feeling have changed?
Yeah. The other part of this, you mentioned Derek Hall, is he's entering the final year of his deal, his rookie deal. So is he more likely to be moved because he's going to be wanting to get paid after this year, or is he more likely to stick around as part of an insurance policy?
Yeah.
And looking at him going, he's not Crosby, he's not Hendrickson, but he fits what we do really well, and we want him to come back.
Yeah. Could be the case. Well, and that's the thing about Mike Macdonald. I mean, we're just starting to get kind of familiar with him of like who are the players that he really covets.
Yeah.
On his defense and who can make it work. And so, and the whole, I don't know, I consider the whole Maxx Crosby thing to be kind of pie in the sky, but it is kind of interesting that, if you, like I said, kind of kick the can down the road as far as the salary cap goes, if Mike looks at that guy and John and says, this guy can get us to another Super Bowl, might be worth it.
Well, especially if you're talking about a defensive player, and we all look at Mike as a defensive genius. Like, This is his defense. This is a guy who has a very clear picture of what works and what doesn't with this defense specifically and the team. Because we've seen how decisive he is when something's not working, how quickly he reacts to getting the right thing in there. So if he signs off on it, I don't care who it is, Hendrickson, Crosby, keeps Mafe, extends Derek Hall, whatever it is, I'm on board.
Yeah.
Because this guy knows exactly what works.
Right.
He's proven it. And it's his defense. He's calling it. So if he tells me, look, we gave up 2 first-rounders and Derek Hall, just to use Nemhauser's proposed trade for Maxx Crosby, I'm on board.
Yeah.
I'm on board with that. All right. We learned that one MLB player doesn't actually know anything about baseball. Weird. What we learned coming your way next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
ESPN senior baseball writer Buster Olney with Bump and Stacy.
Can you remember a season with this high of expectations for the Mariners?
No, nothing like this. Starting the season, a World Series appearance seems totally reasonable. If you pick any other team than the Dodgers to win, given their strength, you're kind of inventing a reason. But I'm picking the Mariners. I've got them on the record. I just don't want to be like everybody else and pick the Dodgers.
The full interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Progressive Insurance knows pets, and one of the biggest differences between people and pets is that we don't eat things off the floor. But dogs definitely will, and it makes them so happy, no matter what it looks like, smells like, or what state of decomposition it's in. We all want to go through life that carefree, and that's also why you should get Progressive Pet Insurance, because they eat things off the floor. So protect your pet from all the questionable life decisions they make. You know where they drink from when you're gone, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Join the Seattle Sports Commission for a star-studded fundraising event featuring the athletes and icons of Washington sports. Experience red carpet interviews, sports exhibits, a silent auction, and live awards show. Created for the sports community by the sports community, all while supporting the nonprofit power of Seattle sports. Don't miss your chance to be among the stars on March 13th at the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year presented by Microsoft. Get your tickets now at seattlesports.org.
Don't miss the All Sound Plumbing Mariners Cactus League report. Tuesday nights at 6. Going inside Mariners camp on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Sometimes we hang on to our old attorneys and coaches too long. They've been around, they've done good work. But when the legal game changes, you need a team that is hungry to win now. At Bible Law Group, we're that faster, hard-hitting legal team, ready to fight for every inch in the courtroom. With over 40 million closed for our clients, we know how to win, and we're ready to take on the biggest legal case of your career with you. Don't stick with a playbook that's gone stale. Switch to the legal team that's ready to win now. Let Bible Law Group be your linebacker in the courtroom. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply. Dave Wyman here with Dr. Robert Meyer from Swedish Hospital. Dr. Meyer, tell us about the amazing results prostate cancer patients are getting with Swedish CyberKnife.
Well, at the Swedish CyberKnife, our patients are really satisfied with the experience. The treatment is very effective at eradicating the cancer, has minimal side effects, and we are seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later.
Find out more at swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
This is a house of learned doctors.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What did we learn today?
No one's a bigger idiot than me.
Stupidity is the easiest way out.
Hard to believe there's a Major League Baseball player that doesn't actually know anything about baseball, according to Lefko.
No, not me. We learned it's because of the texters.
Oh.
That's what we learned today.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising. This guy, I thought, as one of the best players in baseball, and as a catcher who's very knowledgeable and is probably one of the best defensive players around as well, just a pearl and fountain of wisdom. Cal Raleigh knows a ton about the game, but we learned today that Cal actually doesn't know ball.
Just kind of in awe walking that locker room.
He called it a locker room. I've been told by really smart people on the text line that you don't know ball when you say that.
I didn't even notice that. Yeah.
It's weird that Cal doesn't know ball.
Why is it that the younger generation is going back to locker room? Maybe it's more like well-rounded athletes, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a pet peeve for some on the text line because I don't know if you said it at one point, I said it at one point, and It's a clubhouse, not a locker room. How do you guys have this job? Well, I don't know. We should ask Cal. How do you have a job in Major League Baseball?
Yeah.
You don't know it's a clubhouse.
He doesn't know ball, clearly. What do they call it in hockey?
Locker room.
Yeah.
Locker room. What do they call it in soccer?
No one cares.
Nobody cares.
Oh,
we're going
boy.
to get some texts over that
Here
one.
we go. Here we go. He's not wrong.
No, he's not. That's funny.
Probably locker room.
Probably locker room.
They do call it a pitch, which is kind of weird. So
The field is the pitch.
Yeah, the field's a pitch.
Kind of strange.
Ah, poor Cal. He's on that side. Well, it is the younger generation because in football they all talk about guarding somebody.
That one still drives me nuts.
And you hear it from a lot of players.
Yeah,
say guard.
What was the other one? Instead of red zone, red area. Hear that?
I haven't heard that.
Yeah. I think I heard Daniel Jeremiah uses that.
The red area?
The red area, not the red zone.
That doesn't flow.
Yeah.
What else did we learn?
Well, we learned that Dave used to have good birthdays.
I just remember
he's out there with his checkbook. All right, what's the damage now? All right, here you go.
The Seahawks the Broncos paid me a good contract, a fair amount, but a lot of it was deferred. And so, I got money every year on my birthday for 3 years after I retired. And that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
That was kind of cool.
Imagine you knew it was kind of what it was like to be Bobby Bonilla.
Bonilla, yeah. It was like Bobby Bonilla Day for me. But,
cool.
yeah, much, much less, by the way.
Yeah, he's getting $1 million a year.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
And he's been doing it for decades.
Yeah.
That's been happening.
Well, every financial, advisor in the world will tell you to get your money up front so it can work for you and instead of for them. But I don't know.
He makes a compelling case on the other side, doesn't he?
But yeah, sometimes you do stupid things with that money.
Yeah.
So
you're assured of $1 million a year for decades to come. That's pretty cool.
Well, look, money is there to hopefully bring you, some convenience, make an easier life. And so if that makes it easier for you, I don't care about the interest that you gain. I mean, if that's valuable to him, and obviously it was, and now sounds like he's pretty happy every year.
Yeah, I'm guessing it wasn't his only stream of income. That was just
too.
the one thing he could absolutely count on. Well, no matter what, I've got $1 million coming to me this year.
You can act like a total jackass the entire rest of the year.
Yeah. Yeah, he can make investments with all that other money he made and no matter what, if I lose every penny of this pile, I have a pile coming. I got $1 million.
Would you time it out so that you're broke the day before?
You just spend every bit of your money every year up until the payment.
That's not good financial advice.
Probably not, but it is. What a nice security blanket to have, though, right?
It's pretty cool.
Worst case scenario, I've got nothing until this day, and then I'm a millionaire again.
Yeah, that's right.
Pretty cool. What else did we learn?
That's living.
Yeah, we learned that Morosi today broke some news I think is going to greatly affect Dave.
As it relates to the pitch timer, which obviously reference to that welcomes us to every conversation on this radio program. The pitch timer, unlike the last Classic, this is going to make Dave's day too. It is in effect. So we will have the pitch timer in effect at the 2026 World Baseball Classic. These games will not include more waiting.
Yes.
They will not include
Dave.
more waiting.
Oh,
there will be
I like the waiting.
Minimal. There'll be a minimal amount of waiting.
That's disappointing, right?
That's one of the great intros that we have here for a weekly guest. He was so adamant and serious about it. I never heard anyone, because I was a little skeptical just because, you go to a game as a fan. It's like, hey, you're here to hang out. I'm not looking to, to
speed it up, rush
through
out of
this.
here.
Yeah, exactly.
Want to relax.
And then the other thing is we were hearing how great it was from all the people that have jobs that surround baseball.
Yeah.
Now, most important people, probably the players, but
Probably.
those of us in the media that get to go home 10 to 15, 20 minutes or whatever it was earlier. Yeah. So that's who we were hearing from. So I was just being a little bit skeptical there.
Well, let's be honest. You were concerned because that means games get to the 7th inning a little bit faster when certain sales are cut off.
Yeah. I mean, exactly.
Yeah.
Not looking to. I'm not
Exactly.
I'm not looking to speed up to that point. Like that point comes sooner.
Yeah.
No bueno.
We could all use a little more waiting, especially during spring training.
Yeah.
When it's sunny, like El Hombre.
There's a lot of waiting in spring training.
Yeah.
Is that all of our learning?
That is it. That's all the learning today.
All right, that's going to do it for us. You got the Cactus League report coming up. I want to thank our guests today, Mike Ginnitti, Jon Morosi, and El Hombre, Michael Bradley. If you missed any part of today's show, you know the drill. Head to seattlesports.com, click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that. It'll be right there waiting for you, and click subscribe. It's totally free and shows up for you every day. We'll talk to you tomorrow right here with Wyman and Bob.
Brock and Salk at Mariners spring training.
With Julio Rodriguez, who sits down with us right now. How long did that loss, that linger for a day, a week, a month?
So once you get a taste of like that, what an actual playoff is, and you experience that as a team, I feel like you just get addicted to it. That gets addicting, at least for me, you know, and like being able to be so close to something so special as a group, I think it really made this team hungry.
Catch every one of Brock and Salk's interviews from Mariners spring training on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I can see clearly now. It's amazing. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for Refractive Lens Exchange, or RLE. Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. So if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the capper. You're never going to develop a cataract. I'm somebody that needed readers in every room of the house. I needed to see the scoreboard out at ball games. I just couldn't see clearly. That has all changed thanks to RLE. Whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to point you in the right direction. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is the All Sound Plumbing Mariners Cactus League report. On your home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Pitch to Julio, swinging a well-hit ball, deep to left field, going and goodbye baseball.
Opening day will be here before you know it.
Swung on, ripped right to Naylor, snares it, throw to second base, in time, double play.
The All Sound Plumbing Mariners Cactus League report starts now.
Yes, it is time once again for the Cactus League report. It's great to have you here from Peoria. We're out in the sun. Gary Hill, Rick Riz, and Rick, it's been a really good spring so far. How have you enjoyed it?
Oh, Gary, I'm having a blast watching the guys get ready for another season. There's plenty of sunshine. The temperature really went sky high,
Yes,
literally. You know, the last few days into the 90s, but it's been absolutely beautiful. Love seeing all the fans here. You know, the reaction of the fans, the amount of fans that we had down here at spring training for the Cactus League season, they're fired up. But it's really great to see the quiet confidence and how this team is ready to go. And it's an interesting spring because we've talked about it for weeks now. Well, with the World Baseball Classic, the clubhouse has thinned out a little bit.
Yes, it has.
And the kids are going to get more reps, more innings for pitchers, more at-bats for the young hitters. But it's going. I love spring training. It's my favorite time of the year, other than October, get into the postseason.
No, you're right. The excitement level, the expectation, it's all palpable, whether you're talking to players or front office or the fans that have gathered here.
Yeah.
Everyone seems to be on the same page with very high expectations.
Well, after what they did last year, almost getting to the World Series, 8 outs away, they know, as we look at the fans across the way, they know that this club has the ability to get to the World Series. But more importantly, the guys in the clubhouse know that. They know that they can get there and win this thing. And Danny Wilson, the coaching staff, they're going through all the typical things that you go through spring training. But the underlying confidence is there that this ball club is going to get to the postseason, you know, this year and win the West again and go farther in the postseason.
Yeah. Along those lines, this is going to be a really fun show. We're going to have Brian O'Keefe coming up later, catcher in camp with the Mariners. And he's got a really interesting perspective on this. Remember, he was in the Mariners system. He was there when the Mariners punched their ticket to the postseason a few years ago. So it's really interesting to hear his perspective on how he feels about the team then and what his feeling is in camp now. It's a unique perspective.
Well, he saw the team a few years ago when Cal hit that home run. He was there. He saw the excitement. I think that was his debut, I believe. What a way to break into the big leagues
for a few hours.
Hey, this is really cool. This happens all the time. But he saw the team at that point really build with a young Cal Raleigh and a really young pitching staff. And now those guys are the core of the pitching staff, which is one of the best staffs in all of baseball. So he does have a very interesting perspective, being there, being a catcher, working with these guys, knowing these guys. So the fans are going to love hearing from Brian O'Keefe.
Yeah. We're going to have Jose Ferreira coming up. A very fun conversation with the newest Mariner, who's going to play a really big role in the bullpen this year.
I think he's going to be huge. I mean, last year with the Washington Nationals, everybody saw a fastball at 98 miles an hour with sink to it. He's going to come in and get a big ground ball out in a double play or swings and misses with that. But he takes a lot of pressure off of Gabe Speier, who, worked a lot last year and was outstanding. He could get lefties and righties out. I think, Ferreira is going to be the same way. So toward the back end of the bullpen, you got Speier and Ferreira from the left side. Then you got Barash and Andres Munoz, I think one of the best closers in all of baseball, from the right side. Then you throw in Vargas and Bizardo, who pitched very well. There's really only maybe one spot or possibly two, in the bullpen here this spring. But Ferreira is going to be a huge addition. Jerry DiPoto really put together some really big pieces to make this a very talented ball club.
Yeah.
He's one of them.
And speaking of that, we're going to talk to Perry Hill coming up next. And it's always great to talk to Perry, especially about defense.
Yeah.
But he has Donovan over at third base now that he's working with. So we're going to get Perry's perspective on that, which so far so good, it looks like, from our perspective.
Yeah, I was talking with Brendan about it. He spent a lot of time at second base with the St. Louis Cardinals, came up as a rookie in 2022 and won a Gold Glove. Rookies don't win Gold Gloves. But he's a hard worker, very, very talented. He can hit. He's going to get on base. But he's going to go over to third base, and he's got Perry Hill to take care of him over there. So he's going to do just fine. I talked with Brendan a little while ago. He's feeling comfortable over there. But he spent time over there, with the St. Louis Cardinals. So great piece of the puzzle right there for Brendan Donovan, offensively and defensively. Then that allows the organization to take a good long look at Cole Young again and Colt Emerson at second base, and also Ryan Bliss, who was the starting second baseman at the beginning of last season. So it's been an exciting spring training, and it's going to be a tremendous 2026 season with these guys.
Absolutely. We're off and running. It's the Cactus League Report. We'll have Perry Hill coming your way right after this.
Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Do you like helping others? Become a Shiva volunteer. In Pierce County, join the hundreds of volunteers across Washington state who help over 90,000 people each year with their Medicare options and questions. You don't have to know Medicare. We'll teach you. And if you're bilingual, even better. For more information and how to apply, call Shiva at 1-800-562-6900 or go to insurance.wa.gov.
Sponsored by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner and aired by the Washington State Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The All Sound Plumbing Cactus League Report on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Welcome back to the All Sound Plumbing Cactus League Report. Gary Hill alongside Shannon Dreher. One of the storylines in camp so far, Brendan Donovan playing third base, working with Perry Hill every day. Perry, the guru of defense, and we get a chance to chat with the Mariners coach right now. Perry, it's great to see you. We know how busy you are at camp. You are running around all over the place on every field all the time, so we always appreciate you carving out time for us. Thank you very much.
My pleasure, but I use the word running very loosely. I don't think I'm running around too much. Maybe a fast walk.
So you've gotten a lot of attention in camp early because you've got a new pupil at third base in Brendan Donovan. How has that gone so far for you?
He's a pleasure to work with. He's played some third base before, but he's mainly played second the last few years with the Cardinals before the trade. And so we've spent a lot of time just laying the base groundwork and then working up from there. And he's been wonderful to work with. He's a sponge. He listens. He's very coachable. He's a perfectionist. He wants to do things right. And he's a pleasure to be around.
What are the things that you said you start with the base? What is the base when you make that kind of move? Everybody's played everywhere at some point. But when it's going to be something that's more permanent, what do you have to do there?
Well, first of all, we build the foundation with the 6 Fs. And then we build on from there. It's going to be a different angle for him. If you play up the middle, you get to see how the catcher's set up. You have more time to read the swing. You have more time for the ball gets to you. And at third base, you don't get all that. Sometimes third base is almost a reactionary position where you got to catch it and then you revert back to the 6 Fs. You're really not going to catch it like in a wide, perfect base every time because a lot of times you just have to react. But from then on, then you can pick it up from there and funnel, replace your feet, follow your throw, blah, blah, blah. But so we work on things like that.
Can that be tougher? I mean, we always think of the brilliant running in and the barehanded plays and the off-balance throws. Is that more natural and easier than trying to, do a perfectly placed stop over there sometimes?
Well, moving forward, you do that at second base too. So, the slow roller is the high choppers, whatever it is basically the same. It's just you're running at a different angle, but it's basically the same. But like I said, in the middle, you get to see the catcher set up. You get to see everything. And over at third base, you're kind of blind to that with a right-handed hitter. Mm. And so that's what we're trying to get him. And in the middle, you kind of focus, 6-8 inches out in front of home plate where the contact zone is. But at third base, you have to focus in closer to the left knee of the right-handed hitter because that sinker down and in or that slider or whatever that doesn't break, that's the one they're going to whack down there hard. So if you look out over the plate at third, you're going to be a bit slow. So plus the ones that are out over the plate are kind of rollovers. Those are the ones that hit right at him or he cuts in front of the shortstop. The ones you got to work on is those sinkers down and in where that hitter gets his bat there and it gets to you in a heartbeat. So you have to shift our focus from the middle of the field where he's been playing, instead of being out in front, is closer to the inside part of the plate.
What kind of skill sets are most important for a third baseman?
Just like anywhere else, you got to be somewhat of an athlete, and your reaction time needs to be, good. But the other thing is just being able to like read when a guy's going to bunt, when the ball hits the dirt, how you charge. It's just a different angle too. You've got bigger angles to throw in the middle of the field than you do at third, and so it's the same footwork. You just have to be a little bit quicker with your footwork.
I find the Donovan situation so impressive. He's heaped praise on you, talked about your reputation in the game, and here's a guy that's won a Gold Glove, and he's played third base before. And you could easily see him walk in and I know what I'm doing here, but that doesn't seem like the case at all. It seems like he's embraced this whole process with you.
Well, we talked the night of the trade, and I've known about him for a long time. I was friends with his college coach, his college coach taught the 6 Fs. So he had the brunt of, what I do. So it made it a little bit easier. But, I've wanted this guy for 3 or 4 years. I like this guy. So I think it was just kind of a mutual thing, and we just kind of clicked, like the first day, and it just took off from there.
What were the things that stood out to you?
Number 1 is work ethic. Number 2, he's a perfectionist. And number 3, if he messes up, he wants to do it again. He wants to come early, stay late. And, guys that play 5-6 years in the big leagues and won a Gold Glove, you don't find a lot of guys like that. I mean, JP's one, but, he's just a perfectionist. Sometimes I have to tell him to back off. Look, it's okay. The guy's out, but he wants him to be out in a perfect way, which there's nothing wrong with that. But he has tremendous work ethic, and he wants to be really good.
Tell us about what you've seen, the progress of Cole Young. Now that he's in he'll get a second taste of the majors this year. You saw him at the big league level last year. What have you seen in the progression?
Well, we have first week of February. I have like a mini infielders camp. Like the first or second year infielders or some of the prospects come down, and we spend a week doing nothing but the fundamentals and kind of cleaning that up and polishing it up. And Cole Young has been outstanding. I think he's played very well in the exhibition games. He's turned double plays. He's made diving stops. He's caught diving line drives. He's always been in the right position. So I'm very pleased with his progress defensively.
What did he get out of last year?
I think he got that the Major League season is a long season, and it's 162 games, and there's a lot of travel. And if you don't get your rest and you don't eat right, you're going to wear down. And I think he learned a lesson, and I think he's much more prepared this year.
It's so funny. You talk about Donovan, who's an established major leaguer, but kind of in a new position, and Cole Young, a young player trying to figure it out, and both projects for you. How much do you enjoy working with players on both ends of the spectrum, but trying to help them get better in their spot? How much do you love that?
Well, I'm almost 74 years old, and I'm still doing it, so that's how much I love it. I really like the teaching aspect. I like the competitiveness of the games, but I really like the teaching aspect of making, an average player an above average player, or an above average player a Gold Glover. We as coaches, if we can make a guy jump one level, then that's the gratitude we get.
Looking at the young ones, looking at Colt Emerson, looking at Cole Young, how important is it, and how do you see them as they evolve and balancing their day? They are still learning ins and outs of things, and they've got to take care of their hitting and their fielding. How much of a challenge is that for a young player?
It is, and we all know that, everybody loves to hit. And sometimes when you're not hitting, the battle is don't take it to the field. And then you got an old grumpy infield coach that doesn't let that happen, You play offense, then you play defense. And in the offense, you get on base, then you're a base running guy. And so you have to separate those. If you're going to be a good baseball player, you got to learn how to separate those things. You can win a game defensively just like you can win a game offensively. You can win a game running the bases quickly just like you can the other two things. So part of our job as coaches is to keep guys focused and learn to separate those things.
Speaking of focus, do you find that focus and it's easier to play defense with the pitch clock now in terms of the pace of game being quicker?
Oh, yeah, because when there was no pitch clock, we as infielders love the guys that work fast. Get the ball back from the pitcher, the catcher, and gets on the mound, he's ready to throw. We love that as infielders. And now with the pitch clock, everybody has to do that. So it does make playing the infield and the outfield a little easier because there's something happening every 12 seconds.
How does it all come together? The synergy of the defense, the infield defense playing with the pitching. I know a ton of work goes on, a lot of study goes on. When it is perfect, how does that all come together?
Well, it's the analytical department gives us, numbers of, where guys hit the ball in certain counts, blah, blah, blah. So it makes it easier. And sometimes you get a certain pitcher that the tendency is he pulls the ball and it's the same hitter but a different pitcher, and he tries to hit the ball the other way. So those are the things that that we have to be able, to separate that guys don't stand in the same spot all the time. Things change with the pitcher. Things change with the pace of the game. The scoreboard tells you a lot, And so, for instance, we got a 2-run lead, and we're playing in Houston, and it's the bottom of the 9th, and there's a runner on first, and the second baseman has to go way 3 or 4 steps to his left. We're not going to try to throw it back to second, get a double play. We got a lead. We're going to take the sure out. Those kind of things that we have to pound into their head and not try to be a hero. We got the lead. If we can get 2 more outs, we win the game. Don't try to throw across your body and make the great play. Just take what they give you and things like that are stressed almost every day. A lot of playing defense goes with what the scoreboard says.
Situational.
It's correct.
Yeah. You have won a World Series. You know what it's like. This team was so close last year. When you look around at this team this year, what do you see?
Well, I see a very good team, and I think if we play to our capabilities, we'll play a lot longer than the regular season. But I'm very cautious about those kind of things, is because you got to look at tomorrow. You got tomorrow, you got yesterday. The most important day is today, and we got to dominate that day before we can worry about what's in September or whatever. And what happened last year happened last year. And so the rest of the league is not going to say, oh, the Mariners were really good last year. We're in trouble. They're going to try to beat us, and as well they should. And so we have to be prepared that day and make that day the most important day.
Barry, we haven't seen much of him. He's been dealing with a little bit of soreness, but JP was one of the first players that Jerry went out and got, and he has been here from day one of putting together where they are right now. What has he meant to all of this?
Well, he's a glue. He's a glue that holds this whole thing together on the infield. He's been invaluable to Colt Emerson and Cole Young, helping them, talking to them, making them feel wanted, correcting a little tweak that he might see. And, you stop and look at all the shortstops that have come through this organization, and some really, really good ones. J.P. Crawford's played more games at shortstop than anybody in this organization. So that should tell you how consistent he is and how level he is every single day.
You mentioned that about JP. We saw Cal doing that with Luke Stevenson the other day, talking about framing. How important is that to have the veterans have that buy-in and helping the young players coming up?
Oh, it's invaluable because, we as coaches say it, and then the players who have bought in and do what we do, for them to say it to a younger player probably holds a lot more value than it does when it comes from me. And so it's really cool to see an older player trying to help a younger player that maybe someday is going to play his position.
Right.
And that unselfish attitude, that selfless attitude is what makes this organization great, because we have guys who do that.
What would it be like to sit next to you during a ball game in the dugout?
Well, you have some earplugs in. I'm rather loud, just like I am out there. Byrne won't sit beside me a lot of times because something will happen. I'll whack him on the leg, or I'll see a guy not moving with the pitch, and I'll say, "Oh my God, Byrne!" And he goes, "Well, it's not my fault. I didn't do anything." Yeah. So a lot of times that seat beside me is open.
So you try to sit next to the mental skills coach?
I think he sits next to me trying to help me. Yeah, I think he's trying to tell me I need help.
So do you get to relax when the team's hitting?
Yeah, I coached third base in Detroit for 3 years, and then 27 years I coached first base. And so when I went off the lines a year ago, it was kind of different, because I wasn't out there. But I found out the thing at Gary and Shannon, the good thing about that is in April when it's cold, when you coach the bases, you can only wear one undershirt and you have to wear your jersey.
Right.
Okay, well, now I don't have to coach the bases, so I can have 4 shirts on and a hoodie and I can stay warm.
Yeah.
So that's the advantage of not being on the bases.
That's great. Perry, thank you so much for taking the time today. We always love to visit. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, Gary and Shannon. Thank you for having me.
There it is, Perry Hill, Mariners infield coach. We'll come back. We'll talk to newest reliever, Jose Ferrer. We'll do that when we return right after this.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type. Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Do you like helping others? Become a Shiva volunteer. In Pierce County, join the hundreds of volunteers across Washington state who help over 90,000 people each year with their Medicare options and questions. You don't have to know Medicare. We'll teach you. And if you're bilingual, even better. For more information and how to apply, call Shiva at 1-800-562-6900 or go to insurance.wa.gov.
Sponsored by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner and aired by the Washington State Association of Broadcasters and this station.
The All Sound Plumbing Cactus League Report on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Welcome back to the All Sound Plumbing Cactus League Report. Gary Hill alongside Shannon Dreher. Freddie Llanos is here as our interpreter as we get a chance to chat with newest Mariner, bullpen reliever, Jose Ferrer. It's great to have you here. It's great to have you in camp. What were your emotions when you were dealt to the Mariners?
También me siento súper emocionado de jugar con jugadores de estos calibre.
Yeah, you know, a lot of emotions, but I think the primary thing I realized was I'm coming to a competitive team. I'm coming to a team that's been winning recently. And you look at, you know, the players that are on here, both pitchers and position players, and these guys are all competitive. And it gave me a little bit of sense of pride, just being able to come and incorporate myself in that team.
Who's the first person or the first people that you met when you came down to Arizona?
Bueno, Julio, Arena, son los primeros jugadores que me encuentro aquí.
Yeah, Julio, Rosarena, I think those were the first two players that I found here when I got here.
Now, had you met them before?
No, en realidad sabía quiénes eran, pero no había.
No, I didn't. Obviously, I knew who they were, but I've never really spoken to them before.
And what have they told you about being a Mariner?
Que un equipo ganador, que me trajeron para competir.
Yeah, that this is a winning team. That's the culture. Coming here, being able to incorporate myself into here and trying to help them, and hopefully, get that ring and just continue to work and trying to get better day by day.
What do you feel like you bring to the Mariners?
Mucho cero.
A lot of zeros.
For Mariner fans that have not seen you pitch, how would you describe yourself as a pitcher?
Bueno, un pitcher agresivo, un pitcher que bajo presión trabaja muy bien. En las situaciones más difíciles.
An aggressive pitcher. I think a pitcher that when there's a lot of pressure put on me, that's where I feel like I exceed the most. I think you can see it in my track record. I think I'm a guy that is just going to go out there and battle, and I'm a guy that, I'm ready to pitch in any situation, how even depending on how difficult it is. I mean, it's a long baseball season. We know that, throughout the season, certain situations come in, and I can be put in any spot and just trying to go out there and, help the team the best that I can.
In looking at what you did last year, they put you in at the end of games quite a bit. What did you learn from that experience?
Bueno, la paciencia es fundamental en ese momento, la tranquilidad y siempre mantener el enfoque, por más difícil que se te ponga la situación.
That patience is key. Patience and being calm is key, because in those situations, I mean, they can get pretty tough, pretty stressful. And learning, being put into situations of how the emotions go high or low, I think, that having that patience it's definitely key to pitching in those.
You had a wonderful year last year, career high, over 70 games. What areas do you feel like you can even improve on at this point in your career?
Bueno, a los ponches es mi prioridad en esta temporada. Puedo dar una buena cantidad de ponches.
Yeah, I think for me it's more strikeouts. More strikeouts. I think more strikeouts means less contact, which means less chance of an error or whatever happens. I think I'm a pitcher that I've proven that you get that soft contact, those soft outs. But I think for me, trying to increase that percentile in strikeouts, I think that is just something that will definitely help the team and help me.
Y otro punto, mantener el porcentaje de la base por bola bajito, que eso es otra.
And also keeping the walks down, which is, I think it's very important. I mean, I think it's important for every pitcher, but especially, for us relievers that, we come in later innings and just try to avoid, giving up those 3 bases.
That's something you were able to do really well last year. You did keep your walks down. Is that something that's always been natural for you?
Es algo que tú, fue excepcional el año pasado el porcentaje de bases por bola. ¿Es algo que tú siempre has trabajado en eso? Walks. I hate that word. I think, that's something that there's situations, where you might want to walk a guy, whether it's a guy batting a certain, or there's somebody coming up that you just want to put on base. But no, I think it's something that I definitely try to avoid, and I just look at it or see the word, and I just look at it negatively. I really try to avoid walking a guy.
Fastball, changeup, slider. Tell us about each of your pitches.
El sinker.
Two seam, yes.
Obviamente uso mucho el sinker, saca mucho rodado. Las situaciones que entro también con gente en base me ayuda mucho con los doble play.
Yeah, the sinker is one of the pitches that I use the most. I think it's a pitch that definitely gets a lot of soft contact, easy outs. Definitely helps for double plays. I think it's a pitch that definitely complements well with all the other repertoire that I have.
Are you making any changes this spring, any adjustments, or is it basically the same repertoire that you've been using?
Ligándolo bien y poniéndolo en la zona detrás, yo creo que puedo hacer un mejor trabajo este año, que es un objetivo que tengo.
Yeah, I think it's just being competitive, working on them. I think it's they're in a good place, just working on them here. But I don't think I'm going to come in and, trying to look for a new pitch. I think working with the ones I have, making sure, I'm talking the zone right, and just working on it here. So when the regular season starts, all 4 of my pitches are ready to go.
You want to strike out, guys. You want to be aggressive on the hill. I'm watching you the other day, and you're always smiling. B, you were working out over here. You were waiting to throw a bullpen. You had some time. You went over and you helped Leo Rivas at shortstop for a little bit. And then you came back. The music was playing. You were dancing. Then you went to the bullpen and you got to work. Who are you on the mound? Who are you off of the mound?
Bueno, a veces siempre quiero ser así alegre.
I think I'm always trying to be the guy that's, having fun. Here and at home, I don't know. I feel like sometimes, some electricity just hits me, and I'm just trying to be that fun guy. But I'm definitely trying to be the fun teammate. This baseball game can be hard sometimes. If I see, we're all relaxed, just having a good time, I'm going to be the guy that, starts clowning around first, making sure everyone's having a good time. Because I feel like sometimes, and I'm talking in terms of baseball, where we become very serious, Sometimes we just get a little confused, Sometimes we forget to just relax and have fun. And, I'm definitely going to try to be the guy that reminds everybody to just, let's have fun and be the first one to try to crack a smile.
And when you have the baseball on your hand and there's a hitter in front of you, who are you then?
Bueno, hay mucho que decir, relajo con ellos. Por hay mucho que no.
Yeah, definitely still trying to be relaxed. I mean, sometimes I know the batter, sometimes I don't know the batter, but it's a different situation. You try to be, you're trying to be competitive, but, the most important thing for me on the mound is make sure that I'm relaxed when I'm up there.
Why do teammates call you Chucky?
Yo, ese nickname me lo puse el año pasado. Un coach mío, el coach de bullpen mío me lo puso.
So, this nickname was given to me last year. A bullpen coach gave it to me, and then it just kind of blew up from there. Everybody started calling me. But I look at it and take it a positive spin on it. You see this evil doll, and no matter what they do to it, they can chop his head off, throw him in the trash can or whatever. Next day he reappears like normal, So the positive spin on it is, baseball's a tough game. You have a bad game, the next day you try to come in and it's a new day, new guy.
Victor, is this right?
That's great. So you're a musician too.
Eres músico también.
A veces, primo es músico, pero no.
Sometimes, like, I just have the instrument.
Is it here?
¿Está aquí?
Aquí en el estadio no, pero en la casa sí. Mañana lo tengo que traer porque ya los muchachos me tienen que lo traiga. Y tengo que traerlo ya.
I don't have it here. It's at home. But I think tomorrow I have to bring it because a bunch of the guys keep telling me to bring it over and just show them some of the songs.
Yeah, you got to tell us what you play and how long you've been playing.
No, poquito. La primera tocada la di cuando fuimos a...
No, I think I've been barely playing it. I think the first time I played was last year when we went to Seattle for the first time. That's when that was the first time I played it out there.
Where did you get it? How did you get it? Why did you get it?
Una mañana estaba aburrido y camino al estadio, había una tienda.
So one day I was just bored. And we were walking towards the stadium, and my girlfriend mentioned it. She passed by the store, and she's like, "Look, there's a saxophone in that shop." We went in there and bought it. I brought it into the clubhouse, and all the guys just loved it. They were just all laughing. And I think that was probably the biggest reason why I'm still carrying it around. These guys have fun watching me, just make a mess of myself and just trying to learn from it and me playing to them. So the guys love it. I see it very positively, that they enjoy it, and then that's the main reason why I still keep doing it.
I mean, your pitching coach, Pete Woodworth, has a guitar. If he asks you to join in the band, I mean, you have to join his band, right?
Él me dijo.
Dice que te invita a la banda, ¿sí te animas?
Me ha invitado.
He already invited me.
Sí. Él. Sí, claro.
Yes.
Yeah, he already invited me.
Yeah.
That's great.
Va a salir muy bien, ¿no? Pero ahí vamos.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to do the best, but we'll get there.
Love it. Love it. What are your thoughts on seeing Andres Munoz up close?
Es una persona que yo seguía y se nota todo lo que jugamos. Estamos en este círculo de béisbol. Veamos el gran trabajo que está haciendo.
Yeah, he's a guy that I followed for quite a bit. He's definitely one of those guys you hear, especially when you're in our little baseball circle, of relievers, that he's a guy that just kind of goes out there and does the things right, great talent. And I don't know, it just makes me proud, that he's a great teammate and he's helped me a lot. I don't think I've ever been around a guy like that. In Washington, I had my teammate Finnegan, but we didn't talk as much just because, all he spoke was English. So having him and being able to, him talking Spanish, him being Mexican, being able to help me and, being able to ask questions, he's definitely been a big help and has been a good teammate for me.
When you get into your season and you're going to the ballpark every day, what's your favorite part of your baseball day?
Primer inning, cuando cantan play ball, el himno nacional, ya que ahí comienza.
Yeah, I think it's when you hear them yell out play ball and then the national anthem starts playing, I think it just kind of, for me, it feels like, it's kind of the kickstart of the new day. Here in baseball, that play ball is just, you hear every day and every day, and it's just kind of for me, it's like the initial, it's a new day, new opportunity, new game's about to start.
I love that. Good job.
Thank you so much for the time today. This was fun. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome, man.
There it is, Mariners reliever Jose Ferrer. We still have a lot to get to. We'll talk to Brian O'Keefe when we come back right after this.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY, and I want to talk to you about being filmed. It wasn't that long ago that the shiny object on an officer's chest was a badge, not a camera. The good news? Greater police transparency. The bad news? Did I mention you're being filmed? 1-800-DUI-AWAY recommends being respectful and courteous, but don't mistake the officer for your therapist. The officer suspects you of having committed a crime, even when you haven't. 1-800-DUI-AWAY is here to protect you. The officer is there to collect evidence to use against you. We'll comb through the footage, looking for opportunities to deliver the best possible outcome. We can help. Call for a free consultation by phone or video for all criminal defense charges. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com. If you find yourself frowning for the camera, smile and call 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
1-800-DUI-AWAY! The All Sound Plumbing Cactus League report on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Welcome back to the All Sound Plumbing Cactus League report. Gary Hill alongside Brian O'Keefe. Of course, was with the Mariners a couple years ago, made his major league debut with the Mariners, was on the field when the Mariners walked it off. Cal Raleigh punching the ticket for the Mariners into the postseason, and now back in camp this year with the Imps. Brian, it's great to have you back. Given all that you've gone through with the Mariners in your career, it's got to feel pretty good. It's kind of like a homecoming to be back here with the Mariners.
I was excited, really excited, honestly. This is a place that's giving me my first opportunity to play in the big leagues, and when I had the opportunity to come back here, it was kind of a no-brainer for me. I think the people, the relationships, everything that I've met and kind of grown since being here and my time here before, it's been my favorite stop, and when I had the opportunity to come back, I jumped on it immediately, and I'm super excited to be back. And obviously watching from afar last year what these guys did and what they created, and obviously Dan's first year at the helm, and it just seems like it was like kind of like a perfect storm. So very excited to be back.
Your perspective is so unique because you were here when the Mariners punched their ticket to the postseason, ending the drought.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're in camp now. You just alluded to the expectations. What are kind of the differences when you think about with the club then and with the club now?
I think it's cool. Like, you know, I've said this to a few guys. I was talking to Woody about this a little bit the other day. Just seeing the maturation of some of these younger guys, you know, how far Woo's come in the last 2 years. You know, how much George and Bryce and Logan and all those guys and obviously still having the Rock there. But even like a guy like Emerson, you know, you can see how much they've grown up and how much they want to take the next step forward. They want to be different. You know, obviously everyone saw what Cal did last year, but to watch him and see how much he's kind of grown up, and some of these guys that I've played with or have known throughout the years, just it's really cool to see how far they've kind of come, and now it's not no longer, hey, we want to make the playoffs and maybe make a run. It's like we expect to be there now, and that's really cool. And I think that when you kind of take ownership of that, and when you know you have a group of guys bought into that, I think it's easy to kind of fall in line, you know. And I think it's what kind of makes them really, really good. And I think it's not, you know, before maybe it was a small handful of guys who were like, hey, we have a shot to do something special. I think it's everyone in this building now. I think everyone in this building has the expectation of like, we have all the pieces we need to make a run, to have a special season. And I think when you get that many guys pulling in the same direction for the same thing, that's when really cool things can happen.
It's wild to think about. You did catch a lot of these same starters when you were coming up last time here. It's basically the same rotation since you were here last. When you think about the steps you've seen Wu in particular had the breakout last year. How impressive has this group been in your eyes?
It's what drives this organization. You know, when those 5-6 guys go on the mound, the team usually goes with them. And I think it's before it was kind of, maybe unfair, maybe just bad timing, maybe just a little bit of both. But, you had those guys were expected to go out there, and you really, they had to only give up 1 or 2 runs. The offense wasn't the same as what you saw probably last year and what you'll continue to see. So a lot of that fell on the pitching staff and the bullpen, to keep runs off the board. I remember we played a ton of 1-run ball games, 2-1, 1-0, 3-2, those type of ball games. And that's great. But I think, that, there is a little bit of luck to win all those games. When you get in that situation, I think we were really good at being able to execute in those situations, and that's why we won those games. But I think now, like, you're seeing it where it's like a complete effort. There's going to be nights that maybe one of the starters doesn't have their best stuff. Maybe, the bullpen is just kind of worn down and kind of has a rough night. I think now you can see, like, the offense can pick that side of the game up, and they can go win a slugfest, 7-6, 7-5, whatever it may be. So I think I just think that there's so much more of a complete team now, and I think that's really where I think you've seen especially last year, with kind of those steps in the direction to ultimately winning a World Series.
You mentioned Cal, and you have a very unique perspective on Cal. You've known him for a long time. You've played with him. Watching his season from afar last year, how did you describe what you saw from Cal Raleigh? Special.
I don't think I don't know if he will ever have a year like that again. And that's not to say he's not going to have many more great years, but to hit 60 homers, to catch the way he did, to catch the amount of games he did, to run the staff, obviously, that's here, and to kind of guide them throughout the season. I think there's really, I don't want to say unbelievable because we just watched it happen, but I think it's special. And I felt a sense of pride and happiness for him. I think that people forget that he was optioned, 2 years ago? Yeah. I remember we were in Salt Lake City when he got optioned. So to see what can happen in 2 years, I think it speaks to the type of person he is. I think it speaks to the makeup he has. And I honestly couldn't be happier for him. I think he's deserved everything he's gotten. And I think that the city is embracing him the way I think maybe not a lot of people thought they would. I think that he's become we were in Ireland this offseason. We're getting stopped over in Ireland for people to talk to him. So even when we're outside the country now, like, people recognize him, and I couldn't be happy for him. Couldn't be more proud of him, and looking forward to see what's coming down the road this year and years to come.
As we talked about his season, we talked a lot about the rigors of the position, which you know better than anyone. You live the life of a catcher. For those that may not recognize especially in the modern times with all the data, all the scouting reports, like all the information, everything you have to do to just get ready for a game, how do you describe everything that goes into the modern day catcher?
Man, that's tough. There's obviously, I think that first and foremost, our job is to be prepared for the pitching staff and, the lineup we're going to have to face, and have an idea of, like, what guys are hot, what can they hit, what can they not hit, where is it that they can hit, where is it that they can't hit, and the list goes on. And that's just getting to the tip of the iceberg. And then it's like, oh, by the way, you also have to hit the middle of their lineup. Oh, and by the way, we expect you to drive in runs and be one of the big bats in the lineup. And then on top of it, it's like, what happens when you have your plan and you go out there and stuff kind of doesn't line up and you're like, oh, we're going off script. And, you kind of got to improvise in the moment. And then it's kind of playing like psychiatrist too in the middle of the game, where it's like, guys are starting to, you got to kind of rope them back in and stuff. So there's a lot that goes into it, both on the defensive side, on the offensive side. And then, oh, by the way, he's also a switch hitter. So Cal's got a little bit more to worry about there. And I think the position as a whole is you hear it all the time. It's just like it's the most important position on the field, you know. I don't want to say we can win or lose games back there, but we can certainly influence them a heck of a lot more because we're involved in every single play, essentially. And I think just understanding, you know, being able to feel the game and kind of, it's kind of hard to put into words. It's kind of like you just kind of, as you kind of do it more and more, you kind of start to have these feelings, or you can kind of see things, and it's like you're able to kind of, I would say, like you're driving in a traffic jam almost. Like you kind of get a good feel of like, okay, this lane's kind of moving. I'm going to kind of get over here. So it's kind of one of those things that you just feel out, and the more and more you do it, the better you get at it.
Yeah, what have you learned about yourself as a player through your journey?
A lot. I've been doing it for a long time now, and I think that one of the biggest things I probably have learned the most is that I think mentally I'm probably a heck of a lot tougher than I even thought I was. Going through different things, or maybe not getting the break that you want for your career to happen, or, maybe not getting a lucky bounce or whatever it is. But I think, one of the things that I think I've taken away the most is like when I've looked back on things in my career so far, like mentally, I was like, man, I'm pretty tough when it comes to mentally, dealing with some stuff. So that's probably one of the biggest lessons that I've taken away from the game myself.
You don't know this, but you are on Mariners radio quite a bit. We have a weekly show in front of our pregame show, and we have a segment called Tell Me a Story. And basically we just throw out our best stories. And one of them that we love is your story of Cal Raleigh right before the homer.
Yeah.
It's just I had to tell you this because it's just so good. And the insight on before one of the greatest moments in franchise history, the insight you gave us is so great. We love it. So we just wanted to thank you
absolutely.
for your contributions.
Yeah,
we appreciate it.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it was, it's a heck of a first day in the big leagues.
Yeah.
And obviously, the relationship that I have with Cal, and I think that's probably something that for me, I would say it's probably one of the reasons I've stuck around in this game for as long as I have. I think, being able to just have fun and be who I am and be myself in the clubhouse. And, again, whether it's my first day in the big leagues or, I've been there for, or it's my fifth year in AAA, like, to me, it's nothing, it's not very different. And it's one of those things where, like, I like to keep it loose and like to joke. And I think it's one of those things where it's like, it doesn't really matter to me where we are. It's, it's still the game. It's still the same thing. So I try and keep it as loose as possible. And when I remember watching those swings and I was like, man, yeah, you're right where you need to be, buddy. You're right there. And then for it to happen and then everything kind of line up. So it was really cool.
I just think about you all the time, and that you're there for such a great moment. You're in the pictures. The next day, you get your first major league hit. I just think that was the coolest couple of days in the majors you could possibly get.
Yeah, I would say it would be tough to beat that. Maybe, maybe you debut in the playoffs and win a World Series might top that. But I would say, the first couple of days in the big leagues, I don't know if you could have scripted it much better. It was really cool. It was really, really cool. It was really fun. And I think that it just kind of speaks to I think it kind of speaks to the culture that was being built there. I remember, when we clinched, I was there for 6 hours maybe, and I felt like they made it. I don't know if it was a point or if guys made it a point, but it sure as heck felt like they wanted me to feel like I had been with them for the entire season. And I think that was the beginning of kind of what you're seeing now of this, this culture being built. And so it was really cool, really special couple days for myself.
Well, Brian, thanks for taking all the time today. It's great to have you back. We certainly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on.
Really fun conversation with Brian O'Keefe, who's in camp as a catcher with the Mariners. This has been a really fun show. Big thanks to Rick Riz and Shannon Dreyer. Also, Jose Ferrer, Freddie Llanos in our visit earlier. Of course, Brian O'Keefe, who we just chatted with. And then Perry Hill, of course. We always love when Perry takes time with us. That's going to do it for this edition of the Cactus League Report. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for listening to the All Sound Plumbing Mariners Cactus League Report.
Holy smokes, what a play! A season-saving diving catch by Victor Robles.
Get up to the minute Mariners news.
Do you like helping others? Become a Shiva volunteer. In Whatcom County, join the hundreds of volunteers across Washington state who help over 90,000 people each year with their Medicare options and questions. You don't have to know Medicare. We'll teach you. And if you're bilingual, even better. For more information and how to apply, call Shiva at 1-800-562-6900 or go to insurance.wa.gov.
Sponsored by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner and aired by the Washington State Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Are you in pain? This is Dave Wyman, and if you're experiencing pain in your shoulder, elbow, wrist, hip, or knee, do what my friend and co-host Bob Stelton did and go see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
It's been a huge game changer. After 13 years of jiu-jitsu, I had a lot of issues with my hip. It was bad, so I'd heard a ton of patients raving about the results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner, so I had to check it out. Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience performing more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. Now, people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back to doing what they enjoy doing without pain and without surgery.
Whether it's a hip like Bob had, a shoulder, a knee, a wrist, an ankle, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's WFC 190 World Fighting Championship at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, April 25th. Experience the thrill and excitement of high-energy professional mixed martial arts. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this amazing mixed martial arts event. WFC 190 World Fighting Championship, April 25th. At Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Don't miss the All Sound Plumbing Mariners Cactus League Report. Tuesday nights at 6. Going inside Mariners Camp on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The Mariners are going all out for their 50th season. Thursday, March 26th is opening day. March 28th is Cal Raleigh's 60 home run bobblehead night thanks to Alaska Airlines. March 30th to April 1st, Aaron Judge and the Yankees come to town. April 10th, score an Ichiro replica statue thanks to BDA. On May 2nd, be there for Randy Johnson's number retirement ceremony presented by T-Mobile. And August 8th, don't miss 50 Seasons Celebration Night presented by Daktronics. Get your tickets now at mariners.com.
This is Seattle Sports.